Fucking time yesterday. The last 2 days of work have just been outrageous.
We're straight up live, right?
Yeah, I think we're just straight up streaming
Fine.
on Twitch at least.
So I got some stuff that I put together. I know we're live already, but I'm saying I got some stuff put together. You remember that quiz I was telling you about?
Quiz?
Yeah.
Don't
That I set
recall.
it up to do on stream.
You what?
There was a quiz that I wanted to
Oh
do
yeah,
on.
yeah, yeah. Now, yeah, it's all coming back to me. Yeah.
I got it, but we should
Okay.
probably wait until we get a little deeper in case
Yeah.
like more
Yeah.
people end up showing up. That's like, and also, you know what I was thinking too? That might be a really great clip that we can take and put on YouTube as just like a short like.
Oh, it's gonna
Whatever.
be on YouTube. We're streaming on YouTube right
No,
now.
but dude, I'm telling you, man. And people don't go and look at the lives.
You're right. You're right.
I'm
You're
talking
right.
about as like an uploaded
Yeah.
video
Yeah.
that might
No.
be like
Now I get what you're
even
saying.
like the Subversive History boys take the fucking prejudice. You know what I mean? Like it's also I don't know if you saw just as of an hour ago, Morgan uploaded Norm Finkelstein versus Alan Dershowitz debate.
Oh,
We can
what?
maybe that we can maybe watch that.
Norm versus the Dersh.
Dersh, yeah.
The
Yo,
Dersh.
Sin Chow, what's up? Rick, how you doing?
What's going on, everybody? Oh yeah, no, it definitely looks cold as hell. I don't even know what beach this actually is. I just literally like typed in YouTube live beach, and this is the first result that always pops up.
It's always dark there, where the sun is never. Maybe it's just when we stream, but it's never.
No,
Sunny.
it's always dark.
The perpetually dark beach.
I'm okay with that. Like this looks like the kind of beach that like I would hang out at.
Sin Chow, how are you? Everybody's up in arms about the impeachment. Is that about Trump? No, it can't be about Trump. Who's getting impeached right now?
I don't even know. What the fuck is going on with this fucking thing?
Can anyone in chat tell me who's potentially being impeached at this point? I don't even understand anymore. Who cares? Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it, but I guess it's still worth asking.
Oh, I finally figured out how to get the goddamn things to like kind of snap into OBS like you did the other day, and I was like so jealous. I was like, "What? How did you do that?"
Okay, hold on. Rick, is that better? Rick, is that better? You guys
Sounds
should
a
come
lot
to
better on mine.
California. We have some nice beaches. Mexico does too. I would fucking love to, man.
I've never been to Cali, and I want to go.
I went to Cali twice. Both times I loved it. I went to there once by myself and stayed in LA, and then I went another time where I drove. I told you about this. I drove to like through Temecula and down to San Diego and like some of the desert stuff in between. It's really fucking cool.
Oh, by the way, Rick, I heard you put out a book.
Damn, bro, you got a book now?
You got a book.
Send us the information, or if we don't already have it, we can plug the book on stream.
Dude, we'll still do it.
Doesn't matter if it's short. I got plenty of short books. Plenty of short books.
One more thing. That's updated.
Did you say what's up, David?
No. I said, well, I got that's updated.
Oh, okay. I see. Celebrating the anniversary of December 13th.
Yes, I didn't know what to title it, so and I was already asking you so many questions beforehand. I'm just like, fuck it, I'll just title it this.
That's fine. I got no problem with that.
One quick thing though, is it cool with you if I just grab some food because I haven't eaten anything like that?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll try to entertain myself here.
All right.
It says link deleted. Oh, can you just message it to us? Can you just send it to us in like a Twitch message? There's this thing where it like censors links. It censors links in our chat.
Censors our audience whenever they try to send us anything.
Yeah, it's part of our CCP Communist Party affiliation. It just does that.
All right, I'll be right back.
It just kind of happens. Oh, is that it? Got it. Okay, cool. Oh, nice. So like this is kind of like what we talked about on stream that one time, right? I got it. I got it. Yeah, nice. We'll have Johnny pull this up in a second. Yeah, this is cool. Yeah, I remember we went over that with Plants and Red Falcon a couple months ago or 6 months ago or something like that. And the quotes are free on the pod share drive. Okay, cool. That's a really cool topic. That's a really interesting topic, especially in today's age of pad sockism. That's why I made it, put it out there. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's awesome. Maybe we'll, how many pages is it? Does it say on here? How many pages is it? $50-ish. Maybe we'll read it. Maybe we'll do a stream. Maybe we'll do a stream on it one time just to follow up on the thing. I'm going to order a copy right now just to support the team.
So, guess how many miles I drove today?
50.
No. I'll give you this. It was a 3-digit number.
Okay. Red Falcon said 3. He went with the Price is Right low bid, you know what I mean? Just in case. Okay, how about I'm here to continue Pat's win streak.
76. I said a 3-digit number, man.
Well, we're just making sure, you know. Rick said 420. Is it 420?
It was not 420. A little under.
A little bit under.
A little bit under.
Poor listening skills. Was it okay? Red Falcon said 333.
Nah, it was 380. I drove 380 miles today.
Damn, that's pretty good.
I had a dude, like, you know, get released, right, in like the very southern part of Jersey.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm buying a copy of Rick's book right now.
Nice. I should probably also buy a copy.
If you go to the thing, our messages on Facebook, he sent us the link.
So I drove from there all the way up to Sussex County today. Like,
wow.
I was like 5 miles away from Warwick.
Warwick?
You know, the drive-in movie theater.
That's in New Jersey. That's a place in New Jersey.
That's in New York, dude.
Oh, okay. Rick, I just purchased a copy of your book. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for putting out the cool information.
So yeah, I drove like 380 miles.
I'm sure that information will have the Pat Sox seething.
It definitely. They're gonna try and like tear it apart, you know, and they won't be able to. So they'll just ignore it. That's what they do. You know, anything that's inconvenience, you know, to their like weird off-brand like weirdo ideology, they're just like, it doesn't exist. That's goddamn right we are. And
You're
Jersey's,
supporting small communist publishers. Absolutely.
I mean, yeah, it's not as like big as like Pennsylvania, but it's also a lot more varied than Pennsylvania. There's like Philadelphia, civilization, and then there's like mountain people.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. And then there's Pittsburgh, where like civilization resumes.
Pittsburgh is kind of like a time machine where it's just like if you want to know what life was like 15 to 20 years ago, just come on down to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
What's up, Mag? How you doing? Thanks for popping in. Thanks for doing the socials, and thanks for all the great moderation work that you do. We appreciate. Oh, also, someone from our chat, I guess, tried to make a donation to us, and apparently it didn't go through.
What the fuck?
Apparently they got an error message from the Stream Elements thing, so we may want to look into that.
What?
Yeah.
No, I thought I fixed all this.
One of the mods brought it to my attention yesterday.
God damn it.
Mm-hmm.
We are racist against Flatley. What? I gotta go grab.
Is that a slur? What is?
I gotta go grab my food. What the fuck?
Don't confuse us for those dang Flatlanders. What are y'all reading today? We're actually not doing a reading today. We haven't been reading on Wednesdays, but like our current reading project is Liberalism by Domenico Lacerdo. So we'll be picking that up on Sunday for the next chapter or two of that. So that's the current reading for like this month, but Wednesdays are now more current events because there's been so much going on with Gaza and everything like that we've just decided to try to make sure that we have like some time within the week to be able to discuss that. Because it's something that's very close to our hearts, especially after the reading Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine by Jan Pape just like a few months before all this happened. It's,
we have all this like technology in the world, right? We got electric cars, we got like fucking, I don't know, fucking the tube or whatever the hell it's called in California that Elon Musk built. And yet we don't have a microwave that can't tell if like the center of what I'm microwaving is still cold.
Yeah, like I have a washing machine that like I don't even have to like pick like a load size or anything like that. Like
it just
all
knows.
I do is throw the clothes in there and it spins it around a little bit and it feels it almost like it can like feel the weight of everything and be like, all right, this is a medium sizer, and then it'll do it based on that. Like, so like we just need that technology, but in a microwave.
Right. Let me know if like the stew that I'm microwaving is still cold in the middle or not. Is that so fucking hard?
Elon Musk, is that so fucking hard?
You just do something useful. I feel like
fucking smart.
Out of all the things that he could possibly make, right? The things that already exist that he could do better. Maybe a microwave is it.
See, that's the problem. You don't pick your load size. You just bust it.
Bust it. Get a conventional oven. Yeah, but that takes like forever, man. I gotta heat up the oven and then...
I want to hit buttons.
I just want to go beep, beep, beep. And then in like 2 minutes, my cold food is now hot. I probably also should invest in like a higher wattage microwave because I think mine's like 400 watts or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you gotta get an air fryer.
Yeah, but you can't air fry a stew, can you?
You can air fry anything you want, man.
I don't think you can air fry a stew.
Slow down, man. Warming your food with radiation is unhealthy. See, that's what the liberals want you to think.
Yeah.
They want you to think that your gas stove is bad, and that your Harley Davidson is too loud, and that your goddamn microwave is gonna see. Here's the thing. People were fine for hundreds of thousands of years without fucking radiation poisoning. Now all of a sudden it's bad. Now all of a sudden it's a problem.
My food is still...
Next thing you're gonna tell me that I have to get vaccines for my children.
Dude, don't even, because like
I probably shouldn't joke. Is that something that I probably shouldn't even in jest? I probably shouldn't.
No, I had like an hour-long conversation with the guy I was driving today about vaccines. I'm at a point with my job where it's just like, let's talk about the world. Let's talk about the state of the world.
What do you got going on, man? What do you think? What do you think about stuff?
You just spent like 10 years in prison. Let me know what you think.
What kind of information are you giving you in there? And he's gone. I've never heard of it, but I bet you could make stew in an air fryer. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, this is a good one. This one is popping off right now. I refuse to eat anything out of a microwave. You're a stronger man than I.
Ow, ow, ow. The like bowl itself is like
excruciatingly hot.
Yeah, but like the food itself is like, it's like, you know, like somebody breathed on it for a minute, you know? It's like kind of warm and wet now. I refuse to eat anything out of them. Dude, are you serious right now? I don't even think it's that kind of radiation.
No, I think it is that kind of radiation. I think if you like broke the front of your microwave and just like turned it on inside your house, I think that's like super bad. Like say if you like cut the square out, like the little like viewing port, the like viewing window of your microwave, and I think if you just like turned it on and like left it on for 30 minutes, I think that would be very, very bad.
I mean, it might be like, you know, I think it would probably like burn you a little, but I don't think it's like that bad.
Well, then what kind of radiation is it? The type that made the Hulk? That's the healthy radiation.
That's the cool kind of radiation.
You can pop a cell phone in it without running and it will cut the signal? Jesus. Jesus.
So like what's going on in the world? I haven't like watched the news in like the last like 2 days. I don't know if you want to talk about that.
I got a ton of stuff that, you know, I have a lot of stuff like set that we can talk about in terms of like, you know, Gaza and Israel. That's really all I don't really have my finger on the pulse of much else that's going on. That's really all I've been talking about or like reading about / keeping. I'm not a big current events guy, but like I said, like when we kind of like just went like right off of like the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, like it was so fresh in my mind, everything. Not that I didn't like, I've read several books about it, but it felt so near to me after we went through that book and then just all happening that like I've just been like, you know, super glued to this one.
Yeah. All right, so tell me what happened.
If you ever need to have a meeting and don't need your pocket ears listening, put the phone in the microwave.
Wait, what?
That's what Red Falcon says. Red Falcon says if you put it in the microwave, it cuts it off completely.
No, stop. It's not like a Faraday cage.
A what?
Faraday cage, you know, where you can cut like the electrical signal of like something. I don't think it works like that, man.
Red Falcon says it's exactly like that. Actually.
I'm gonna test that like tonight. I'm gonna throw my phone in the microwave for a minute and try and call it with my work phone.
Do it. Why don't you do it right fucking now? Unplug the microwave, bring it in. Unplug the microwave, bring it in here, show it on stream. Cut the little window out. Cut the little window out. Turn it on for about 30 minutes, and just see what happens in your brain, man.
I literally like started replacing all our bowls because we used to have those like Walmart like plastic bowls, and then I saw that thing. It was like an article that like every time you're microwaving your food in like plastic containers and stuff, you're just literally bombarding them with microplastics.
You're just leaching. Yeah. Rick is probably gonna disown me for fucking saying this, but like I'll microwave shit in like styrofoam containers. Like if I have like leftovers from the night before, like I'll just throw the whole styrofoam thing in there and microwave it.
Doesn't it come out like all deformed and shit?
Not really.
Not really?
Which parts deformed? No, like the styrofoam container stays together.
How?
Like sometimes if you microwave it for a while, there's a little bit of like it's kind of messed up on the bottom, like, but like that's it really. It doesn't like break down or anything. I know there's some other people out there that have microwave styrofoam like takeout things.
I don't know. I feel like it's absolutely like deforming. You know what I mean?
No, it's not, dude. What do you mean by like? You mean like changing the structure of the whole thing, like breaking it down, like melting it?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't do that.
I don't know.
I'm a professional. I've been doing this for a long time.
I'll take your word for it. I don't know. I'm skeptical. All right.
Yo,
what's up, Larry?
What's up? Thanks for popping in. How you doing?
How you doing,
You were
bud?
streaming earlier, right? How was your stream? It's Lawrence. Indeed, it is. Hanging in. Yes, sir.
Lawrence.
We got the squad in here today. We got Rick, we got Larry, we got Red Falcon. What was you tell me more about whole anti-colonial gang up in here? Johnny, tell me more about your ride, the vaccine conversation that you had with your friend. I'm curious.
Well, look, I did say, like, look, there are definitely some legitimate grievances against, like, you know, big pharma and certain minority communities being experimented upon, you know, by like the U.S. state government and, you know, et cetera, et cetera.
Was that their main kind of gripe? Was
No, because he's a white guy. Fucking, like, his dad's literally from, like, Northern Ireland. He was, like, an Ulster man. And I'm like, dude, you're not the guy. You're not the target, man. Like, you're like, you don't really need to be that concerned, all right? And as far as, like, your whole, like, you know, thing about, like, vaccines, right? Most of the anti-vaxxer movement, I mean, like, most, like, especially if, like, you're white, right? Is from what the fuck is it? Like that English guy that wanted to, like, you know, sell his own like vaccine cocktail of mumps, measles, and rubella, right?
I don't know. I forget that. I probably
fucking what's his name? H Bomber guy did like a whole fucking video about it.
Of course he did.
I know. It's a good video though. But like, you know, he did like a whole video about it and how like basically this guy wanted to like, you know, sell his concoction of like the mumps, measles, and rubella vaccine, right? But like, how are you gonna get like pharmaceutical companies to give up the current vaccine that they have? You talk shit about what they're currently using, and you make it sound like the ones they're using are causing autism and a bunch of other shit. It's like the silver fluoride or whatever.
And like there's crackpot theories of like people that are like, see, look at this dramatic increase in autism diagnosis in the 1990s, and it's like, yeah, dude, people didn't even know what autism was in the 70s. You know what I mean? Like how many people like they think it's because like there was like a dramatic increase in vaccines or something like that, and it's like, no, dude, like that's just when we started to actually understand that there was something called autism,
right? Which led to movies like Sling Blade, you know, I Am
Classic
Sam.
Yeah.
There's some kind of correlation in my head for that. I haven't completely figured it out yet. All right.
Yeah. Sling Blade was weird. Yeah, it was a little weird, but it was cool.
Oh no, it's absolutely a weird movie. Mercury Stabilizers, which ended manufacture in 2004 because of former Green Party candidate Jill Stein.
You got any biscuits in there?
Mm-hmm.
I think Billy Bob Thornton
French fried taters.
I'm pretty sure Billy Bob Thornton wrote and directed that entire movie. Like, not only starred in it in like the leading role, but I'm pretty sure he wrote and directed it also. Like, which is kind of wild when you put all that together.
I need to see. He did direct it.
Okay.
Hang on. All right. Let me just open up like. Based on some folks call it a Sling Blade. All right. So it is at least. No. Oh my God. It is a 1994 short film written by Billy Bob Thornton. And directed. No, the original thing that it's based off of was originally directed by George Hickenlooper.
The old Hickenlooper, one of my favorites.
It's got Molly Ringwald in the original?
What the hell?
Yeah, no, he like starred, wrote it, and directed it. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's wild, right?
Yeah.
And that was like one of his first movies too. It's not like he was like an established director or like established actor for like a long time and then decided to just pop that out. Like that was like something that you know, that was like his breakout. You know what I mean? Like imagine going from like doing nothing to being like I'm gonna like do all three of these things. Like, and I'm gonna do it. It's gonna be talked about for generations.
I need to like see that. Okay, he's got a couple movies before Sling Blade, you know.
Was it like minor acting roles though, or like did he like what? Tell me the names of the movies, Johnny. Tell me the names of the movies.
Fucking Tombstone.
He was in Tombstone?
Yeah, dude.
In what year?
Tombstone in 1993.
That's like a remake. That's the remake, right?
The one with Kurt Russell.
Yeah, but that's a remake, right?
I guess. I mean, it's like a Western story. It's a historical event that they've made like a dozen movies about.
The first ever Tombstone came out in 1993.
I don't know if it's the first.
That's what you're gonna have me believe.
It's a movie about the gunfight at the OK Corral, man. There's been like a ton of movies about it. I don't know if it's a remake or not. All right.
Lardo not 189. What happened on December 13th? Well, it's the anniversary of December 13th, my friend.
Literally, whatever.
There was one last year.
Yeah.
And now there's one this year.
Yeah, it's like an annual celebration of December 13th. There's actually
been like a historical lineage of December 13th that have been occurring on this very day for generations, and we think that's really special.
I don't know. Do you need like a special thing?
And I apologize if you don't celebrate. You know what I mean? Like, you know, we're not trying to like be chauvinistic for December 13th or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like, you know, all those who don't participate are welcome. You know, we don't want to make anyone feel unwelcome in this space in the December 13th celebration and recognition.
Because like I tried like finding like a historical event just to be like funny and be like, all right, this is what we're celebrating today, and I'm like, this mid. You can
usually find some funny celebrity birthdays.
Abel Tasman, the first recorded European site to New Zealand. What? No, mid. Dartmouth College founded, mid. American Civil War.
Make me feel unwelcome. I can make myself at home anywhere. It sounds like those are, you said two opposite things. It sounds like you said two mutually conflicting things there.
You know, but like, good for you.
It sounds like I can't make you feel unwelcome. How can I make you feel unwelcome if you're just comfortable everywhere? That doesn't make, I'm confused on that.
NASA launches Relay 1, the first active repeater communication satellite in orbit.
You like that?
Is that good enough? I don't know. PLO chairman Yasser Arafat gives a speech at a UN General Assembly meeting in Geneva, Switzerland, after United States authorities refused to grant him a visa to visit the UN headquarters in New York.
Wow.
There you go. I feel like that's...
No, I said can, not can't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You said you can make me feel unwelcome. So if I can make you feel unwelcome, but you can make yourself at home anywhere, that's what I'm saying is like, you know, how can I make you feel unwelcome? Yo, okay, what's up? Thanks for being here. Okay, how do you say? How are you today?
It's a good thing here.
What'd you say?
I'm trying to think like what's a good person we can make this about.
I'm good. How are us both? I think we're good. Busy day here on Twitch, you know what I mean? I'm trying to find our groove, if you will. I see what you're saying. I suppose I should have said you can try to make me feel unwelcome. I think the main reason that we might have been a little bit weird with you is that our Posada bot here told us about all the other channels that you were banned in, and you know what I mean. That makes us a little bit wary. Makes us a little bit wary when we get somebody that pops in here that's been banned in multiple other channels for.
How did you get banned in Hasanabi?
Yeah, like I don't even understand how when there's like 20,000 people. See, like when I have like 60 people in here, like I can barely keep track of everything. I don't even know how anybody could even see what you were saying. Like unless you were like blasting the N-word in all caps. Like, I don't know what you could have been doing. Good question. I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
Right.
Maybe it was from the early days. Maybe it was from the Dark Ages.
Yeah.
Maybe it was from the Weasley Little Liar dude era. I haven't been there since like June. December 13th is the first of the 12 days of shitmas.
Nice.
Oh, okay, there you go. On the first day of Christmas, my true love came to me. Is that a partridge in a pear tree? Is that what that one is? Is that
I think so.
Is today the partridge in the pear tree time?
It's also Acadian Remembrance Day.
What is Acadia?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know.
I've heard of, what is it? Is it Joan no, but that's Arcadia? It's all birds. I had a pear tree when I lived in Tacoma. Damn, where there's sick, juicy pears on it.
Region of Acadia.
Ooh.
Oh, this is some like settler shit, I think.
A bunch went to Louisiana. Damn. Did that dude already get banned? No, he's still here. What'd you say? What did Posadabot deleted one of your messages. What did you say? Say it again.
Do it again.
Yeah, do it again. They became Cajuns. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Apparently it's something to do with the French in Canada or something. I don't know. Ninja Can's not here to defend his people, so I can say whatever I want. Buffalo, it did, and it had apple tree next to it. And crossbreed.
Dude, I had like a yellow apple. I was at the grocery store and I picked up these yellow apples and it tasted like a cross between a pear. Like it had like the color of a pear, but it was an apple and it was marketed as an apple. So I know I didn't just accidentally buy a pear.
Like was it like a brown apple?
No, it wasn't brown. It was like green.
Like a green pear?
Yeah.
I think the Acadians were Huguenots.
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 French Protestants.
Huguenots.
Yeah, we got a lot of yellow apple fans in the chat today, which I personally love.
Depresses me because green apple gang.
Dude, I hate green apples. Like, I don't want to say I hate them. Like, hate is a lot because I could eat one and it's fine. But like, whenever I'm at the store, I don't grab green apples. I like red apples. I like Gold Delicious apples. I like yellow apples. I like all this. Just green. I don't know. It's just a little.
Granny Smith, dude. That's where it's at.
Is Granny Smith a green apple?
Yeah, dude.
Let me see.
Green. It's tart, sour.
See, I don't really like it to be that sour. Yeah, the Granny Smith green apple. I'm not really into it. Not really into it.
Wait, what? The Huguenots are Brazilian. Wait.
I think Granny Smiths are only good for pies. Is that what's in an apple pie? Is it green apples? Is that what they use?
No way.
What?
Bullshit.
Johnny, pull that up. I don't believe any of this for a second. I don't believe this revisionism that's being stated.
Granny Smith apples the apples used
Filbo, three
apple
cream streak. Let's fucking go.
Of apple. It's a good question. The best pie apples are ones with firm flesh and enough acid to keep them from turning brown too quickly. Granny Smith fits both criteria. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I didn't know that.
Oh my god.
Probably why.
I would imagine there was red apples in an apple pie.
Yeah, same, honestly.
Yeah.
Free
flesh.
Acadia. Flesh.
I have no idea what that's for. We didn't set that up. That just started happening like 3 days ago. I have no idea what started this. And frankly, it frightens me and I don't like it.
Rankin Panny, I'm gonna be honest. Every time like Twitch adds something new, I don't really bother to learn how to use it or what it actually does. I probably should. I mean, it would probably just only help us, really. I I'll never know. It's a mystery to me. Twitch is trying to turn chat against each other. Well, let's really turn chat against each other. Pat, what's the first thing you wanted to show me today? That isn't the thing.
You think the things that I want to show you is going to turn chat against each other?
Yeah.
What do you think? We have a bunch of fucking Israeli supporters, Israel supporters in chat?
There's only one way to find out.
Do y'all celebrate Christmas? The short answer to that is yes. Yes, I do.
My family does.
Does that mean you don't, or do you?
I mean, like, it's kind of like anytime my family like celebrates something, I just see it as like an opportunity to spend time with them. If it includes presents, whatever, I'll just buy them presents. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. So many Israeli supporters hang here all the time, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the kind of atmosphere we've cultivated here so far. Yeah, Israel. I keep saying Israeli. I should say Israel for sure. I should make pains to say that.
You should. We got, we got enough people in here that maybe, one of them is. Out yourself. Come on.
Come on. Why do you gotta say it like that? Why the fuck do you have to say that?
See, Rick said it right.
Not me. You'd think it was me, but it's not.
Honestly, not far off.
So let's say, so Johnny, have you seen? I know that it's been a couple days since you've been following the news and stuff like that. Have you seen the stuff about like all the people getting paraded in their underwear around and stuff like that?
Oh my god, I think we were like, maybe a minute or two into that. For some reason, we had to bail on that, right?
I don't know.
I remember hearing about it like about a week ago, but yeah, not much else after that. Has there been any development on it?
Well, there's a couple things that we can definitely talk about on it, but maybe just pull up like Al Jazeera real quick, and we can at least I want you to at least see it so that you know what we were talking about, because a couple things that I wanted to touch on have to do directly with that.
All right. Al Jazeera English. Which, again, as always, chat, we don't have, like, any specific love for, Qatar or Qatar, but, like, they've done pretty good on this. Let's see.
Wait, hold up. Where's the thing about the captives? Go back up. Isn't there something about captives right there?
Oh, this thing right here?
Israeli American captives.
That's from 4 hours ago.
Yeah, go back. Yeah, just go back to like a day or two ago. The videos on Twitter are wild. Yeah, we're gonna go into some of those. Keep going.
I feel like, didn't I send it to you, or like you sent it to me or something? What the fuck is it? There we go. This one? Prisoner rights?
Yes, that.
Dozens of detainees in a mass arrest. Blindfolded, stripped, and surrounded by soldiers. Loaded onto trucks, destination unknown. A Hebrew voice describes the scene. Pro-Palestinian activists are far more critical.
The first thing jumped in my mind when I saw the pictures, the Second World War, to be honest with you, how they treated, detainees and those they were arrested or prisoners of war. I think this inhuman, this is a torture, it amounts to torture. And more than that, it's a war crime and the crimes against humanity.
Israel calls these men suspected fighters. But at least one, Dia Al-Kahloud, is a journalist at newspaper Al-Arabi Al-Jadid. Circled here alongside several other civilians that had stayed in northern Gaza.
Dude, I feel so bad for this guy because it's like that's probably the last photo that like anybody wants plastered of themselves all over the internet, let alone all over like international news media. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. So
Has
there's all
this-
going on there. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I don't know. Do you want me to continue
No,
the
no, let
video?
it play out. Isn't it just like 2 minutes or so? It's a short video, right?
Yeah, it's only like another minute.
Stable daughter and a very old mother, so logistically it was very unpractical, and he decided to stay. We identified him amongst those detained. We also identified at least 2 kids under the age of 16. Both of them were 15-year-old. And we identified 2 employees of the United Nations, UNRWA schools. And we identified at least 3 elderlies.
Hamas calls the images criminal and disgraceful. An Israeli government spokesman sought to defend the detentions.
We're talking about military-aged men who were discovered in areas that civilians were supposed to have evacuated. Weeks ago, we've been calling for an evacuation of those Hamas strongholds.
Israel says the men seen here will face interrogation. But blindfolded, half-naked, kneeling in the dirt, their humiliation is driving outrage. Hamza Mohammed, Al Jazeera.
Yeah, exactly, Rick. Like, it doesn't make any sense how anybody could say, like, oh yeah, no, this is normal, standard procedure, you know, nothing.
Regular old military stuff.
Yeah, just regular military stuff, you know. These are all other soldiers.
Well, here's the thing, Johnny. There's actually an explanation. An Israeli official has given an explanation for this situation, and if you want to check your messages, I sent you
Oh God.
what the justification is for this.
And blindfold.
Let me just back this up. I don't know why it automatically plays. There's got to be a way to fix that. And also, yeah, you guys just need to see the video. It's fine.
Showing dozens of men, some bound in blindfold, stripped to their underwear, and we believe now at least some of that filmed by IDF members. What was the purpose of the exercise that was going on at that point in that part of Gaza?
First of all, remember it's the Middle East and it's warmer here, and especially during the day when it's sunny, it's to be asked to take off your shirt. It might not be pleasant, but it's not the end of the world.
Showing dozens of men.
Dude, come on.
Yeah, is that the best you got?
Dude, come on.
Is that the best? Yeah.
Like, dude, come on.
Is that the reason they're going with?
Dude, come on. Like, you obviously went to school. Look at all these books behind you. These are gotta be your books.
That might be like a JT from Second Thought green screen bookshelf.
like he had to have like gone to school, right? Like,
Well,
what?
I mean, it's the thing. It's not about him going to school. It's about him, you know.
Dude, I have heard better fucking made up excuses from heroin addicts than that. Like,
it's about him being a demon. You know what I mean? Like, it's not so. Yeah, I've heard better lies out of junkies. For
like,
sure.
what the fuck? Like, oh, well, and the blindfold? Well, you know, it's sunny, so.
Yeah, the sun is in their eyes. We don't have enough. We don't have it in the budget to get everyone sunglasses. We can't get everyone Ray-Bans, so we blindfold them.
Yeah, that's it. We blindfolded them to keep the sun out of their eyes and had them take off their clothes because it's so hot. It's the Middle East, after all.
Yeah, but why were the IDF troops wearing all of those clothes? Like, it seems like your soldiers were very, you know, maybe wearing an abundance of clothes. Probably a cumbersome, some would say, amount of clothing.
Well, that's just, you know, that's just regulation.
That's
you
just
know?
the cross we have to bear. That's just the cross we have to bear. You know?
Oh my-
That's our sacrifice. That's not for the prisoners.
No.
The prisoners of war
The
don't
cross
to
they
be
have to bear is the bet. That's it. It's the full stop right there.
That's just the cross I have to bear.
As they say, you know, that's just the cross they have to bear.
So I sent you something else here. So if you want to open this up, and you do, there's a lot of text on there. So what you have to Control F4 is Israeli officials estimate.
Okay. There's a lot here. Control no, not that one.
Maybe just do Control F estimate, If you just do Control F estimate.
Well, there's only 3 possible matches.
Yeah, we'll click that one right there.
It's not that one. It's not this one.
The hell? Just click that.
Okay.
There you go.
I clicked it. Now what?
Did it pop up?
Yeah. I mean, that's it, right?
Well, it's not showing. It's not showing what I said.
I'd have to know what it is in order to
Estimate. It's literally, dude. Do you see the fucking estimate thing that I told you to click?
This thing?
Yeah. There you go. Perfect. That's
Okay.
what. This is exactly what I wanted to come up.
All right. See, I'm good at this. I'm a
Mhm.
pro streamer.
Yeah. Do you want to read it?
Yes. Okay. So, let's see here. Israeli security officials estimate 10 to 15% of detained Palestinians in published footage are affiliated with Hamas. Of the hundreds of Palestinian detainees, hang on a second. Let me just hit play on this. That's why it's not like just, One of the hundreds of Palestinian detainees photographed handcuffed in the Gaza Strip in recent days, about 10 to 15% are Hamas operatives or are identified with the organization. According to senior security officials who spoke to Haaretz on Sunday, the IDF...
Really, all I'm really trying to get over here is that even by the IDF's own admission at this point, through Israel's own admission, only about, like, let's just say 10 to 15%, that's 1 to 1.5 out of 10 of those individuals are affiliated with Hamas. Now, the word affiliated...
They're part of the street team, Pat. All right?
Well, here's why I have such an issue with the term affiliated, right? So let's take it. What do they say every time that they bring up the Gaza Health Ministry? What do they say every time that gets brought up?
That it helped the Hamas.
Well, they say that they're Hamas numbers.
Right,
Like, every time
Hamas
you hear the
numbers.
Gaza-
Right, yeah. Yes,
you know
yes.
what I mean? So it's like, how loosely is the term affiliate, thrown around?
You mean in terms of
It's
casualties? I thought you meant just like every time that it comes up in general. Okay.
Well, they always say the Hamas affiliated, or
Right.
the Hamas controlled, or the Hamas numbers, or something like that.
Yeah.
And, it's like the international community or like the Western media makes you think that, like, if you were to go into Al Shifa Hospital, it would be a bunch of doctors in white coats and stethoscopes with like ski masks and Hamas headbands on. You know what I mean? And they're
Right, yeah.
they're performing medical duties in full
Right.
militant gear.
Yeah. Every time they go into like, Palestinian Gazan government like daycare or something, it's just a bunch of dudes wearing ski masks with like the Hamas headbands, like
Exactly.
running
That's
the
what they want
daycare.
that's what they would have you believe. But I'm just saying, with that type of rhetoric being weaponized so frequently, what is a Hamas affiliate? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Again,
are all
that-
those
just to me-
doctors Hamas affiliates, because if we're already judging them on their information, if we
Right.
can't trust the information, then that has to place them in the category of affiliate. Right?
Every time I hear that, I just think of like a street team that like, they're like putting out like stickers on street lights and stuff, like the Hamas logo and
Georgie, it's good to see that you're back. I would imagine many Palestinian hospitals wouldn't have a problem treating injured terrorists. Yeah, neither would U.S. hospitals. Have you ever heard of something called the Hippocratic Oath? Like, have you ever heard about the guy that like helped John Wilkes Booth after he assassinated Abraham Lincoln? It's because doctors have a duty to help people that are hurt. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
you remember how like the NLF like saved John McCain after he crashed yet another fucking plane?
yeah. So I mean, like, that's kind of just like par of the course for like medical institutions around the world.
Right. And Cinnamon Challenge is right. Palestinian hospitals are having a hard time treating anybody.
Anyone at this point, because they don't have fucking electricity or
Right.
gasoline or
Right.
medical supplies or food at this point, which is why there are babies decomposing on. In my opinion, doctors shouldn't be obligated to treat terrorists or murderers. Well, it's good news that your opinion doesn't fucking matter.
Are
And
you
your
a
opinion-
doctor?
and your opinion runs counter to like the foundation of fucking of medicine. So I'm glad that you hold that irrelevant opinion.
Also, dorky, like, that like U.S. hospitals treat people that are currently held in prison for murder, right? Right?
Plummet or not, yes, the Red Cross is being allowed in. Here, look, I'll show you what the fuck they're saying too.
So, all right.
If you want to know, wait, hold on.
I just wanted to finish reading the thing.
No, we don't. You don't have to read anymore.
Okay,
But,
okay.
I just wanted to show that even by their own admission, it's 10 to 15%, which
Right.
is what 1 in 10 of those people are quote unquote affiliated.
Out of
I just
the-
want that to be known because if they're trying to parade this as some kind of huge Hamas roundup, it's by their own admission. It is not. But also, somebody asked about the Red Cross.
Yeah.
Cardinal, our new friend, is Red Cross being allowed in? Yeah, I'll show you what the Red Cross is saying.
Oh yeah, that's right. The Red Cross, this like internationally well-known, like, you know, organization, right?
Organization. I'm gonna pee
Reputable.
real quick while you.
Yeah. So this is like a reputable organization, right? That like hundreds of thousands of people donate to all the time, every time there's a disaster. So let's see, what does the International Organization of the Red Cross have to say about Gaza?
We have to find solutions to this. We can't turn away from what is evidently a moral failure in the face of the international community. I've just visited the European Gaza Hospital, and the things I saw there is beyond anything that anyone should be in a position to describe. What shocked me the most were the children with atrocious injuries and at the same time having lost their parents with no one looking after them. I met people who have lost limbs because they needed to evacuate between treatments. I was told today that the North has lost its entire surgical capacity. We are facing a situation.
And if there wasn't money or medicine being given to Gentiles in Gaza, there wouldn't be anything to sustain Hamas by definition.
Yeah, and if you dropped a nuclear bomb on Gaza, there would, by definition, be no Hamas.
Right. Also, you realize Gentiles includes like Palestinian Christians, right? It does. It does feel very pre-World War I, which is quite apt because, you know, for a couple months we were reading a book called The Great Class War about World War I from a class-based assessment. That's right, Sinchal. I said it. The Great Class War. It's back.
Here that will not be healed by sending in more trucks. We need to provide protection to the civilians in Gaza, to the women and children, to the elderly people that I saw today that have.
I understand that Arab Christians, like Muslims, are non-Jewish. Okay, all right, just making sure, because you seem to have like a hard time understanding other basic like concepts and premises, so I just wanted to make sure.
Nowhere to go. We have to protect the rights of the people. We have to protect the rights of the civilians. We have to protect the rights of the detainees. We have to protect the rights of the hostages. The ICRC will do its utmost to help alleviate and reduce the suffering, but we can't do this alone. And there's not only a humanitarian solution to this, there must be a political one.
Oh yeah, no protection for men of Gaza. Yeah, that's right. So like,
yeah, I just wanted to put that out. You know, if you're asking about the Red Cross, yes, the Red Cross has a statement about what's going on, and I believe that was like the president of the Red Cross also.
Yeah, that was the international, the ICRC president of.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see what else we got going on over here. Okay, here's a Sky News interview where, like, you know how there's all this, you know, talk about the term "from the river to the sea" being like genocidal, and
yeah, that broke up like the
Palestinians, aren't willing to have. They only want a one-state solution. They aren't willing to let Israel exist. Well, let's talk about what doesn't get brought up enough is what is Israel's willingness to let Gaza exist, or to let, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, Dave, what's up? Thanks for rating.
Oh shit.
Dave.
How you doing, bud?
What's up?
David.
How was your stream? Dave, how was your stream?
We have a test for you. So we're going to need you to stick around.
Dave, if you got to get food, feel free to do that. We can do that.
I guess, yeah, also, you know, like, could also just not eat.
We're not going to hold you hostage.
We could just hold him hostage.
Yeah. So like I was saying, thank you so much for the raid. Before that, I just sent you like, so what is like Israel's, because we constantly hear about Palestinians' unwillingness to have an Israeli state, and they want to wipe Israel off the map, and they don't want Israel to exist. Let's see what Israeli politicians are saying about Gaza existing, or not Gaza, a Palestinian state existing, because that should have as much moral weight on it as if the Palestinians said it, right?
Right. I mean, it's only natural, right? I mean, they're both on equal footing, right?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but yeah.
Well, I mean, like, you know, in the eyes of like the world, you know, journalistic, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Yeah.
You need to do
solution.
What
Is
you
there
did.
still a chance for a two-state solution?
I think it's about time for the world to realize the Oslo paradigm failed on the 7th of October, and we need to build a new one. And in order to build a new one...
Does that new one include the Palestinians living in a state of their own? Is that what it includes?
I think the biggest question is, what type of Palestinians are on the other side? This is what Israel realized on the 7th of October.
Though?
The answer is absolutely no, and I'll tell you why.
Well, then
because
how can there be peace? How can there be peace in
the reason there is no peace
Israel
is because the Palestinians...
Without offering
Mark,
a state to Palestine, how can there be peace in Israel?
Israel knows today, and the world should know now, the reason the Oslo Accords failed is because the Palestinians never wanted to have a state next to Israel. They want to have a state from the river to the sea.
So the two-state solution is dead?
Why are you obsessed with a formula that never worked, that created this radical people in the other side? Why are you obsessed with that?
There's so much wrong with like literally every single thing that she said.
Right. And then so that's an Israeli ambassador that categorically rejected a two. So like if Israel isn't willing for a two-state solution, what does that mean? What does that mean?
I think that just pretty much like means that like that the war is not going to end until there's no Palestine for them.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is that means that they're advocating for a one-state solution. That means that they want a one-state solution. But the thing is that their one-state solution doesn't include Palestinians. And this is why that you've had Netanyahu specifically asking for the thinning out of the Gaza population. This is why they've been speculating having a tent city in the Sinai for the refugees, the 1.8 displaced individuals within Gaza.
Look, dorky, like, just stop. All right, like, or not necessarily to save, because some people believe that Jewish people should live in the land without the, like, is that even like the goyim? Is that like, I don't know, whatever. Not my term. I don't really know the use of it. Living there. That's unrealistic.
I sent you an. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Feel free to respond if you want.
It's just it's unrealistic. It's silly. It's just.
It's not that it's unrealistic. It's that it's an ethno state, and there's no justification for it in international law. There's no justification in the moral fabric of the 21st century. And you would, if for some reason, if it wasn't Israel, when this type of shit gets brought up by Richard Spencer or fucking Nick Fuentes or something like that for the United States, it is fucking ousted. It is ousted. It is fucking banned. It is repressed from the public discussion.
As it should be.
For some reason, when Israel has had explicitly ethno-nationalist discussion since its very fucking beginning, where every single port of their foreign policy and their international relations is in an attempt to maintain a ethnic majority. Every time that they are pushing out settlements or annexing territory or doing expansionism or going to war, everything is made, even today, the possibility of a one-state solution. The reason that they can't bring in Palestinians into the Israeli state is because they are worried about maintaining an ethnic majority, which in any other circumstance would be criminally opposed.
Right.
Opposed as being criminal. But with Israel, it is not, because they have the backing of the United States. They have what is it that they say? I've heard this term before, that Israel has the Palestinians have the moral high ground of the conflict, but they have terrible PR relations. Israel has a dog shit moral claim on this whole thing, but they have a stupendously funded public relations policy. And that's what shapes the world opinion.
I feel like even that, though, at this point, but like for all the PR that they've had for the last 20, 30, 40 years, if not longer, right now, it's just been like Who
It's
the
bad right now.
fuck is running this shit?
Wait,
This
hold
is
on. Okay,
yeah.
so real quick, wait. Actually, so let's get to that. Absolutely. But real quick, just to put it on there. So real quick, here's another individual. This is I forget, a communications, like an Israeli a communications politician. This is where he says that we respect and cherish that the president of the United States, Joe Biden, who went out of his way during the most difficult period of the state of Israel. This is true friendship. But we live here. This is our country, the historical estate of our ancestors. There will be no Palestinian state here. We will never allow another state to be established between the Jordan and the sea. We will never go back to Oslo. And in the words of President Biden, the security of the Jewish people is at stake here. Definitely yes. A Palestinian state would endanger him. Thank you. So they're saying right here, from the river to the sea, they're saying it.
Yeah.
From the river to the sea. This is explicit throughout Israeli rhetoric at this point. It has been explicit since the 1977 Likud party charter as well.
What specifically was anti-Semitic that was said?
Yeah, please identify the anti-Semitism that we've spoken about.
Specifically.
So, back to the public relations policy. You can pull this up, and I don't know if you've heard about this, right? I know it's been over the past couple of days and stuff moves fast, but you did hear about this, the ceasefire proposal, right?
Yes. But
Okay.
I thought that no, please go on. No, go on.
There you go.
No.
So there's been two. There was a ceasefire proposal where the United States was the lone rejector or in opposition to. Then just about 2 days after that, just about 2 days after the United States rejected it, they did another one. The UAE, I believe, put in another resolution, demanding a humanitarian ceasefire. And this is how the countries. Did I send you the same thing twice?
Yes. Somehow, I don't know how.
Hold on.
Oh no! Wait, here we go. Here it is.
Okay.
Got it.
Yeah. Here are the countries that opposed, and can you zoom in on that a little bit?
This?
Yeah, so this is just what it looks like. This is the world opinion right now. This is the world opinion on if there should be it says protection of civilians and upholding legal and humanitarian obligations. So could there be anything, listen to that, Johnny. Hey, we have a resolution to, let's see, hold on, checks notes, protect civilians and uphold legal and humanitarian obligations.
Yeah, I think that's pretty apolitical. That's pretty it's not biased in one direction or the other, I would think, right? I would hope most people would not think that's too, biased, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So who, can you read off who decided that wasn't a good idea?
Let's see. Who is completely against this? Austria. They've historically got a good track record for these kinds of things. I think they have pretty sound judgment. Czechia. Yeah, I'm pretty sure nothing
What
seriously.
is that? What is Czechia?
Czechia? I think that's the former Czech Republic, isn't it?
Is that what it's called now?
I guess. I don't know. I don't keep up to date with what Czechians are doing day to day. Yeah, the Czech Republic, also known as Czechia. All right, so it is just the Czech Republic. Just nestled in between Germany and Austria and Poland. Right. So I'm sure nothing wild has ever gone on there. The next one is Guatemala, which is just fucking depressing. Not going to lie.
Well, Guatemala in and of itself has been absolutely dog shit with human rights for 40 years. You know what I mean? Within their own country against the indigenous people there. So it makes sense that they would be no, keep it going.
Yeah. So, and then, obviously there's,
the big eye man himself.
Yeah. The person who stands to lose the most from, doing that. Liberia, which, has been coming up a lot lately on our stream.
Well, and if also, you know what I mean? Liberia has been a hot media topic ever since Vice put out that fucking documentary about General Butt Naked and
right.
all that stuff that was going on. So, Liberia is having a tough go at things, and they have kind of been for the entire existence of their country, by the way.
And then there's Micronesia. I'm not going to lie, chat. I have no idea where Micronesia is.
Yeah, the historically important geopolitical player, Micronesia, really holding things up here.
Alcoholic corn. Liberia, American colony. Micronesia, American colony. Nauru, American colony. I'm not going to lie. I also have no idea where Nauru is.
Pretty sure that's all Oceania. Can somebody correct me? Isn't Oceania and Micronesia isn't Micronesia and the Marshall Islands?
Okay.
Exactly. It's like Oceania area stuff. Which are, I hate to say this, right? Is it chauvinistic of me to say that they're irrelevant countries? Like in terms of like the I guess that is a little bit fucked up.
A little bit. I would assume that probably by now, like I don't know what the demographics are, but I assume that like a lot of Americans have probably like moved there to have like their vacation home, or like, you know, basically it's like, it's cheaper than Hawaii.
I'm just saying, like in terms of like the geopolitical spectrum, like what affects like the you know what I mean? Like it's just funny that it's like Israel, America, and then a bunch of places.
Right. These are the countries that, as like the Earth continues to warm, and as that fucking like glacier drifting through the southern sea, right? That's like 3 times the size of Manhattan or something, right? It's not until these countries are completely underwater,
yeah, Frozen
right?
Banana said that 12,500 people live in Nauru, which is like, you know, I don't mean to call them irrelevant, but I mean, it's just like, really the point that I'm trying to say is that it's like, you know, Israel and the United States are like, well, Nauru said, by the way, you know, Nehru's on our side, so let's count that point. We got Nehru. Yeah. It's like, dog, my town that I grew up in, New Jersey, has more people in it than fucking Nehru does. Like,
technically,
not saying their vote shouldn't count. All respect to Nehru, but it's like, look at the other countries that like are saying like this needs to stop. It's like literally almost every country in the fucking world is like, hey, you all should probably stop doing what you're doing over there. Like, you know, this is not cool.
Right, and you know, Plants has made excellent points. Rick has made excellent points. Heroic Skeleton, thank you for agreeing with me. Rick says, you know, right, the islands is a strategic place for anti-China U.S. imperialism, which is honestly probably like what these places are most used for. That and like, you know, white people to be like, you know, it's cheaper than Hawaii. You know, so there's that. And then there's Papua New Guinea and Paraguay.
Wait, is Haiti not on? Are you saying Haiti's not on it? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What the fuck is that?
Yeah. Whoa. Wait. Hang on a second.
Holy shit, Marcus. Yo, what's up, everybody? Marcus, dude, how was your stream? How did the impeachment thing go? And also, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Subversive History.
Who got impeached? Who got?
No Riot. Thank you so much for giving a gifted sub to Rick from Decolonized Buffalo. Very deserving. We are invading. Very good. Very good. Hey, so we're just noticing here. So it shows all the abstentions. This is everybody that voted against the ceasefire, right? And it shows that Haiti isn't listed as abstaining. Haiti isn't listed as abstaining. It's not listed as yes. It's not
listed at all.
It's just completely blank. Oh, they're sanctioned.
Oh, okay. Wow. That's also probably why Turkmenistan is on there, like same way.
Let's open this up because I was kind of waiting.
All right.
So now that we have a bunch of people in here, this is really what we wanted to do today, okay? And we got a real special treat for everybody, so I hope everybody sticks around. But we're going to take a quiz. We're going to take a quiz, and it's about Israel, and we're going to see if we understand the history of the Israeli-Palestine conflict. So, Johnny, can you pull this up? And it's put together by a little university. You know what I mean? This is a little bit of a university that put this together.
Oh, it doesn't even say the logo on the screen. That's crazy.
I'm not super familiar with the university, but it's Prager University.
Prager
University.
Prager?
I don't know. We're just going to do our best. You know what I mean? Like, I've read a good amount. I've read a good amount on the Israeli-Palestine conflict. We've covered it on here. I have a feeling that we should be able to. I have a feeling that we should be able to go through this, and you know, we should get a pretty good score on this, right?
Yeah, no, we should be fine, right? Right, chat? Yeah. Like, yeah, we can do it. We're gonna ace this, all right? Right,
yeah,
chat?
No question will be loaded whatsoever.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that like nothing crazy.
PhD stands for Fraser.
Yeah, I'm exactly, Wilco. Unbiased factual questions. Okay. This isn't a feelings exam, all right?
Yeah. There's not really feelings questions.
This isn't a choose your own major kind of university.
Facts, logic. There you go. So let's get it started, Johnny. Let's see how.
All right, so let's see. Hamas, a terrorist group backed by Iran, recently launched a brutal attack on Israeli civilians. As lies and misinformation spread across the internet and the media, it's critical that you know the truth about Israel and the Middle East conflict. At PragerU, we're committed to providing you with the facts so that you can form your own opinions. Because you got to be like an alpha, a leader of the pack, not a follower, not some beta male, right? If you've watched enough PragerU videos, answering these questions should be a breeze, Just like, I'm sorry. I'm just slipping and sliding all over the place, and I started thinking about Ben Shapiro's sister. So, how much do you know about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? Let's find out.
All right, Johnny, we've been keeping up. We've been abreast to the things going on in Israeli-Palestine. We've covered history books. I've read probably in the double digits books at this point on the conflict. I think I should be able to answer these questions. I think I'm more educated than the average individual on this conflict. Let's see how I do. And we're going to enlist the help of chat, too. Okay.
In 1947,
this organization passed a calling for the partitioning of the land that is now Israel and Palestine. That would be the United Nations. Okay, we're doing pretty good so far.
All right.
We're doing pretty good so far.
Sounds pretty good so far,
You got it. Okay.
You got it. Okay, in 1947, the United Nations General Assembly passed a resolution calling for the partitioning of the land that is now Israel into two separate states, one Jewish and one Arab. However, Resolution 181 did not declare statehood, as all UN General Assembly resolutions are non-binding recommendations that carry no force of law. Instead, Resolution 181, as former Israeli ambassador to the UN Dore Gold stated, provided international legitimacy for the Jewish claim to statehood.
So before we go forward, I guess it'd be good to respond to some of these as well.
Yeah.
Everything that said there is technically true. The UN resolution did not formulate a state. The state was not born in 1947. But also, if this is saying that this gave the legitimacy to a Jewish state there, then it also lended legitimacy to a Palestinian state there. Now, the problem with the state that was, or the proposal of the UN, is that at that point, the Jewish immigrants from Europe made up about 1/3 of the population of Palestine. But they were given, through the UN resolution, over 50% of the land. So the Arab nations, the Arab population and the surrounding nations decided that they did not like it. It also gave crucial waterway access. It gave certain agricultural land to the 1/3 community. So it was collectively rejected because they said, why does this the settler colonial state need to be just plopped in Europe? Why do we have to accept this? It is not fair. First of all, it's not fair in general. It's not fair in general for you to force a settler colonial state in our land. Secondly, we were promised a state by the British for our assistance in World War I. Thirdly, you're giving 1/3 of the population, almost 2/3 of the land. And lastly, you're fucking us over in terms of waterways and arable land. So this is why it was rejected. But we can go more into UN.
Clear or not, I don't blame you for thinking that, but we read an entire book called The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine by Ilan Pape, and it's actually kind of shocking how little a part the U.S. played from the start.
That's true. All right, go ahead.
In what year was Israel declared an independent state? Chat, do you think it was A, B, C, or D? I think I may have already spoiled it, but let's see what you think, chat.
Well, they make this one too easy with the years, you know what I mean? And this goes exactly to what I was saying about that when the UN made the resolution, that did not make Israel actually a state. Israel then fought the war in 1948 when it declared itself a state. So yeah, the answer is C. Everybody got it. They know.
Are you sure it's not D?
What about all the Sherman tanks we gave them? I can see why you're saying, but we armed them way back, us and the British, plus trade preferences. So it's what you're saying is so I don't know how many Sherman tanks we gave to them. I would actually be interested in seeing a source on that, and I'm sorry to ask for sauce right now. But,
source.
But the British, when the British came in, they had the British Mandate of Palestine. when they were bringing in the settlers, they were funding and arming them. There was things about things that they were doing called like this police regiments where they were bringing in the Jewish immigrants to do, and also they were training things called the Palmach and other forces to help them fight in a potential war against Germany if Germany was to come down. Down into North Africa or something like that. So they were training the Jewish troops for a potential war with Hitler. So that's why they were more well-funded, they were more well-armed, and at the same time they were doing that, they were repressing all the Palestinian organized militias and paramilitaries and things like that. So that was what created the massive power imbalance that occurred in 1948 when the war occurred. That's why the Jewish forces were so well-armed and so well-equipped and so well-trained, and the Palestinian ones had been repressed, exiled, stripped of arms, murdered, ethnically cleansed, etc. You know kind of what happened there. So, David Ben-Gurion, who later became Israel's first prime minister, proclaimed the establishment of the State of Israel on May 14th, 1948. That is when the war and the ethnic cleansing, that's when they would have you believe that the ethnic cleansing began, but it was actually going on months before that. If you know about the very infamous massacre of Deir Yassin, this actually happened in April. This happened before the other 5 Arab states declared war on Israel. This happened before the official declaration of war and the Declaration of Independence. They were already carrying out ethnic cleansing prior to all that. So that's
as like a joint force of like the Palmach, the Haganah, the
Irgun, yeah.
Yeah, the Irgun.
Yeah. All right, so immediately after Israel was declared a free state from Britain in 1948, the armies of Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, and Syria invaded Israel and began this war. So obviously that would be the first Arab-Israeli war. And again, just so that I put up, Johnny, can you just bring this up real quick, just to give everybody an idea of what we're talking about here? So, and this is off of PragerU's own admission, right? So, and they're extremely pro-Zionist over at Prager University. So let's just bring this up real quick. So let's just read this again. What this says is that immediately after Israel was declared a state from Britain in 1948. Wait, can you just let me reread that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just ban that person if they're being racist. That's fine. Okay. So immediately after Israel was declared a free state from Britain in 1948, the armies of Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon invaded Israel and began this war. So when they say began this war, this is where we're seeing the moral loading. This is where, and yes, irate lump, they're implying that it was a single-sided aggression. Exactly. So it is true that after they were declared a state in 1948, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, and Syria and Lebanon came in to assist the Palestinians and to fight against the establishment of the State of Israel. That is true. But they're saying that this war began at that time, and I don't believe, because let's look at Deir Yassin massacre, which we have the Wikipedia for right here. So, the Deir Yassin massacre took place on April 9th, 1948. So this is before that they were declared a state, and it was before the 5 nations. So this is what the Zionist historians will tell you, is that, well, Israel just set up their state, and next thing you know, they were being attacked from all sides by these ravenous Arab states that just were so anti-Semitic and didn't want them to exist. And it's like, no, actually, the state of Israel, the fledgling state, the proto-state of Israel, was already carrying out brutal ethnic cleansing campaigns, including massacres, prior to the declaration of the state and prior to those 5 countries declaring war on Israel. So, the Deir Yassin massacre took place on April 9th, 1948, when around 130 fighters from the Zionist paramilitary groups Irgun and Lehi killed at least 107 Palestinian Arab villagers, including women and children. In Deir Yassin, a village of roughly 600 people near Jerusalem, despite having earlier agreed to a peace pact, the massacre occurred while Jewish militia sought to relieve the blockade of Jerusalem during the civil war that preceded the end of the British rule in Palestine. So, again, you cannot use Arab hostility as a reasoning for this, because this specific village, Deir Yassin, had made peace pacts with Israelis, with the Jewish settlements that were around it, and just wanted to be left alone, and it was massacred. This was not because of Syria or Jordan or Egypt or any other place declaring war, and it was not because of the village itself being intransigent or hostile. They were massacred in an ethnic cleansing campaign, and this is not the only one of these that occurred before May of 1948. There were several of these. We won't get into each of them, but yes.
But Pat, you don't understand. If we just exclude all of those parts from history, then we can pretend like it never happened and Israel is actually the victim.
Not only can we do that, but we do that. That is precisely what happens. That is precisely what people say, and the way that this is framed in a lot of the contemporary discourse.
And yes, Rivethead, Deir Yassin, I believe, is the historical incident where those events did happen. So,
you can, okay, good. So the answer is the first Arab-Israeli war.
Okay. You got it. Just one day.
After Israel declared a free state, the armies of all neighboring Arab states, blah, 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 attacked Israel, hoping to destroy it in the first Arab-Israeli war in 1948, but the world surprised, the little Jewish state survived.
But that's so ridiculous.
There's definitely some commentary that needs to get, because this is also this kind of like thing that is brought by Israel to state that, like, against all odds, against 5
surrounded on all sides, getting spit roasted by all those Arab countries.
And how could we possibly beat 5? So let's talk about that for example. So we already know that Israel was funded, organized, assisted by the British in the lead up during the British Mandate period. So they had a very well-trained, well-armed army, and also a bigger army than the Arab League.
And a more well-trained army and a more well-armed army.
Let's talk about what the Arab League was, right? And this is what I think a lot of people don't talk about, right? Syria literally just became a country.
Right.
It was a French colony. Just became a country. Egypt, British colony, not part of the Ottoman Empire, but a semi-colony of British. It was a formal colony for a really long time. Lebanon, just a French colony, just became a country. Jordan might have been the strongest one out of all of them, but Jordan had been in secret talks with the Israelis, with the Zionists, being like, yo, y'all can have your state, but I'm annexing the Arab portion of the UN proposition. So Jordan, in and of itself, was already colluding with Israel for its own expansionist aims, and never sought to destroy the state of Israel. They were literally meeting with Golda Meir. King Abdullah was meeting with Golda Meir and being like, y'all can have your state, but I want the West Bank. I want everything that was supposed to be the Arab allocation of the UN proposition. So the Jordanians never went into what was allotted to Israel. And also, what was I about to say? Jordan had a very significant sway among the Arab Legion. So even the Arab Legion was hindered in its ability to conduct a sincere warfare on behalf of the Palestinians because it was being run by essentially a collaborator with the Zionist project.
Well, if I remember correctly from when we were reading The Ethnic Cleansing of Elon Pape, right? What the fuck is it? Transjordan. What?
Oh, sorry. That's where they got all their weapons. Czechoslovakia.
So the thing is that Transjordan was the only country that actually had a military that could have combated Israel. Right. And yeah, it's not. But go on, tell them more about the weapons from Czechoslovakia.
Moist Owlets, which is a fucking awesome name, by the way. Where did they get all their weapons? So in the beginning, they were getting their weapons from Britain. Britain was arming them in the beginning. Then there was also, like, during the time of, like, when Britain was, like, noticing that Zionism was getting way out of control, and this was the time of the Peel Commission, where in the white paper where they tried to, like, halt immigration because it was getting too tumultuous. Ships were bringing in like concrete ships or whatever. I forget what kind of ship it was. It was like in a concrete bunker or something like that. Weapons were being smuggled in, and then before the war, they got a bunch of weapons from Czechoslovakia, which was socialist at the time. And if you know, the Soviet Union was actually like a big supporter of the state of Israel in the beginning. Yeah. So the socialist bloc was funding them with a bunch of weapons. Apparently, what we've read is that Israeli militias, not Israeli paramilitaries were using Czechoslovakian rifles that had swastikas on them because Czechoslovakia was occupied by the Nazis, and then after World War II it became socialist.
And they were just kind of like, wow, we don't need these anymore.
All those old Nazi weapons were being like donated or sold to the Israelis at that point.
Right. Also, let's not forget that, like, for the people that would be like, well, what about the Palestinians? I'm sure they were armed to the teeth to defend, their country and, like, massacre, innocent Israelis, right?
No, it's actually the opposite of that because during the time of the British rule, when it actually became illegal to have guns in the British Mandate, the only people that would be allowed to have guns were official military or police, which is exactly who Britain was enlisting the Jewish settlers as and they made it. There's a prison in Palestine where, like, I think like 80% of the inhabitants of this prison were Palestinians that were in there because of arms ownership. So like you have to look at that one is being ruthlessly disarmed and the other one is being armed and trained in military. And also, and Johnny, I bet you were just about to say this, most of the potential leaders of a Palestinian state or a Palestinian militia movement were all exiled during the British rule.
Or murdered.
Correct.
All right, so
on to the next one, yeah.
On to the next one. In 1967, the dictator of Egypt, Gamal Abdel Nasser, announced his plan to destroy Israel and begin mobilizing Egyptian troops and other Arab countries to once again invade the Jewish nation. This led to a war often referred as...
That would be the 6-Day War. So let's see here. So I think calling, Nasser a dictator is like, I think in the strictest definition of the word you could, but it's really loading this and making it seem like as if Israel was like some kind of like shining beacon of like democracy and not authoritarian whatsoever in its application of its own people or the people that it was, effectively occupying. So he announced his plan to destroy Israel. The thing about that is that Israel actually started the 6-Day War. Israel was struck first on the 6-Day War. They and not only that, for decades, from the 1950s up until 1967, they were trying to goad Egypt into a preemptive war because they wanted to expand, and they didn't want to. They had already been receiving a lot of flack from the international community for their fucking really aggressive expansionism. So they, if you look up Ben Gurion and Moshe Dayan say this explicitly in many of their talks, that they have to find a way to draw Egypt into a war. They did exactly that. They did bombing campaigns in Gaza. They did a bunch of infiltration retaliations. This is actually something that I'm making a YouTube video about right now. But this effectively goaded, yes, it was Israel preemptively attacking their neighbors. Preemptively, exactly. Israel struck first in the 6-Day War. And that's just important to know. They were preemptively defending themselves, exactly. So go ahead, you can click the 6-Day War. Let's see what they say.
Let's see what happens. You got it! Israel acted to bring the 6-Day War in 1967 to a quick solution. Prior to the war, guerrilla groups had stepped up their attacks on Israel and Egyptian forces, heightened tensions by massing troops on Israel's border in a show of support for Syria. By the end of the war, Israel had defeated the Egyptian, Syrian, and Jordanian forces and gained the territories of the Sinai Peninsula, Gaza Strip, the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Golan Heights.
Okay, so let's break this down a little bit.
I'm not too jovial about this. I just love doing like a really shitty Ben Shapiro impression.
Okay, so let's get a little bit more into this. So prior to the war, guerrilla groups had stepped up their attacks on Israel, and Egyptian forces heightened tensions by massing troops on Israel's border. So there's this thing that was going on, and I'm literally writing a script for a YouTube video about this right now because it's a lesser known chapter of Israeli-Palestinian history. Okay, so what they're referring to, these guerrilla, are called the Fedayeen attacks that were in fact being organized by Egypt. That is true. But what they're not going to tell you about is that from 1949 to 1956, there was these series of things called border wars, Israelis' border wars. And I think this gets overshadowed a lot by the 1948 war, obviously, and then the Sinai crisis, the Suez crisis in 1957. These two like massive events kind of really overshadow the border wars that occurred before that. So immediately following the establishment of Israel, you had hundreds of thousands of displaced Palestinians, of displaced refugees that were essentially ripped from their land, shoved into refugee camps, and separated from farmland that they had tilled for generations. This caused a problem of infiltration. People were, and also, I mean, they didn't know what the borders were going to be. Just so that you know, all these borders of Israel are armistice agreements. They're actually, none of them have actually been like officially rendered. There are a bunch of armistice agreements. So a bunch of people thought that they would be able to go back to their village, that they just had to flee their village because of the war, and then they were going to be subsumed into the Israeli, citizenry. Israel adopted this thing like a free fire policy on these infiltrators and were just killing hundreds of people. Unarmed farmers women, children, starving refugees that were trying to go back and pick their own oranges and their own olives were being murdered. Israel stepped up the free fire policy and started doing raiding campaigns into Jordan, into Egypt, into Lebanon, and killing people. And eventually, they stepped this up and did bombing and raiding campaigns into Gaza in the 1950s. And then they also did this thing called the Levant Affair, where they were like planting like terrorist bombs in libraries and shit like that in Egypt. And eventually, Egypt said, "Okay, you know what? Fuck this. If you're gonna keep fucking doing this to the people here, we're gonna send in fucking guerrillas, because there are guerrillas that are willing to fucking fight back against you." And that's really what drew all this into a bigger conflict. So like you can't talk about that conflict between 1959 and you can't talk about the Suez Crisis or the Six-Day War without first talking about that and everything wrong that Israel did in that.
So Clear or Not says, my problem with the U.S. policy with Israel is that there is no strategic value to them anymore.
Wrong.
I disagree with. It was oil, a little, and anti-Soviet policy. Now it's just useless imperialism fostered by the U.S. public, who claims to be anti-imperialist, but yet tries to sway its own public opinion to control one side or the other. Aside from the defense industry, why should we care? Well, because go ahead.
You want to answer?
No, you go for it.
Okay. So we've spent decades at this point, especially from the 1990s, since the fall of the Soviet Union, when there's no longer this like Red Scare baiting, there's no longer the Cold War, there's no longer the boogeyman of the Soviet Union. We've spent decades at this point cultivating a public opinion of being afraid of terrorism, the war on terror, this nebulous, mysterious enemy that could be anywhere that's plotting on the downfall of Western civilization. And this is centered in the Middle East. And not only have we fear-mongered this thing of terrorism, but we've also set up like a xenophobic fear in the West of Muslim people. Not only Muslim people, but Middle Eastern people in general. And then through the Gulf War, the Iraq War, the Afghanistan War, issues with Somalia, issues with Libya, issues with Syria. All of these things have created this zeitgeist in the American public that when you say like, there's Islamic extremists over there, they buy it hook, line, and sinker. They just say, that's bad. I know that's bad. I've been told my entire life that that's bad.
Irate Lump has the correct point here, in my opinion. That Israel is really important for the U.S. capability of projection of force.
I was literally just getting to that.
Then go. Keep going.
Why it's so important to have that staging area, because we've built up this like public fear of terrorism and Islamic militancy and all these things. And Israel is an oasis of liberalism and Western values within what has been constructed as the hotbed of terrorism. And it is important to have Israel as that like oasis and that staging ground, as Irate Lump said it.
Right.
Yes, it's extremely a strategic value.
Right, because like here's the thing: all of these countries that like are bordering Israel, like they've literally spent like the last at least 10 years, 15, 20 years actually warming up to Israel. Because they are tired of U.S. aggression. They are tired of threats. They want to have economic stability. They don't want to end up like Syria. They want economic stability, right? Which requires them to warm up and normalize relations with Israel. Play ball, right?
It's way more valuable to do that than to be pro-Palestinian.
Right. In
the eyes of those countries.
Right.
And a lot of those countries started tried for a while, and, with U.S. military force, with Israelis backing, financial backings and things like that. Like Johnny said, you'll end up like Syria if you want to keep playing that anti-imperialist game. If you want to be anti-imperialist, you'll end up like Syria.
Exactly. And that's not even to say that Syria is like some kind of like bastion of...
No, it's not.
Of anything, right? They do their best, right? It's you got to be kind of realistic about this stuff. But the other big thing is that it also acts as like kind of a staging area to prevent any kind of competitive oil market. Right. Any country that would try to go toe to toe with like the petrodollar that is the combined influence of Saudi Arabia and the US, right, would immediately get clapped, and it'll never happen.
Also, so the next we might see our actual major US bases in Israel. I don't think it's even necessary to do that. I think Israel is such an ally that we don't even have to stage our own military there. You know what I mean? Like it is almost like one and the same in the way that it operates. they're saying that your mic is too loud or mine is too low.
My mic is too loud? How's
Or
that
mine's
even?
too
All right,
low.
I'll lower mine. How about that? Is this better?
It depends on what you mean by full-on proxy state. You know what I mean? Like, and this has never been linear. Also, like Johnny said, in the beginning when Israel was established, the U.S. was a little bit like, fuck, I don't know what to do about this. And then even in the the Suez Crisis, it was actually Eisenhower that was like, y'all need to fucking stop it. France, Britain, and Israel, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of Egypt. How did you guys do this behind our back? Get the fuck out of there. And then it was also Ronald Reagan, who, when Israel was like killing people in Lebanon, Ronald Reagan called it a Holocaust and said, we're going to sanction you if you don't stop this. And they did. George Bush was notoriously not super cool with Israel. Clinton was. I think as we move forward, we're getting way more closer to them. It's been back and forth. So I don't know, like when you say like a full-on proxy state, but right now, I mean, I think Joe Biden is giving out a lot of lip service and like wagging his finger at Israel, but at the same time just sliding the billions in military aid under the table, like not even under the table, just being like, hey, we think you guys need to not kill as many civilians. Here's 14,000 tank missiles, tank shells. You know what I mean? Like,
and Clarendon, I understand, like, your comment of like, what are we at 20 billion a year to Israel, damn near NASA's budget. Here's the thing: if Israel's not there, right, to enforce the sanctioning on Syria, right? Suddenly there's ports open, and now like oil can freely leave Syria, freely go to Iran, freely go to like, all of these other parts of that region that is very oil rich, and suddenly we have a more dynamic petro market. And we don't like dynamic. We like unilinear, like, hegemony. All right, one guy at the top, right? No competitor.
So let's get into question 5 here. So after losing the 1967 Six-Day War against Israel, the heads of state of 8 Arab countries joined forces in Khartoum, Sudan, and passed the Khartoum Resolutions. The Khartoum Resolutions clarified that Arab states intended to act according to the 3 no's. Which of the following was included in the 3 no's? This one's too easy because it's just all of the above. No peace, no recognition, and no negotiation. These were all included in that. This was following the 1967 war, where to the Arab states, it's been a settler colony that plopped in here. It's a product of European colonialism. It fucking ethnically cleansed people. We're all bearing the brunt of the Palestinian refugee problem. And now, just after 1967, they've annexed a bunch of our land. They just annexed the Sinai, they annexed the Gaza Strip, they annexed the West Bank, and they annexed the Golan Heights out of Syria. So you can understand why they were a bit sore at the whole Israel thing at that time. You know what I mean? Like, I think we need to like look at that.
Everybody else was kind of like, I don't want to be
invaded. Egypt has been invaded twice.
I don't want to be next either.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like, yeah. So, why would you give the 3 no items without the mention of 3 no's? Yeah, I don't know.
You got it, Pat.
Iraq under Saddam was probably one of the strongest anti-Zionist forces. One of the reasons why Israel and the U.S. funded both sides in the Iraq-Iran war. Yeah, I'd agree with that. And that's actually why they say that Arafat supported Saddam in his invasion of Kuwait, which probably wasn't the best PR move for the PLO and Arafat at that time. But I think he did. I think Saddam was giving a lot of material support to the PLO at that time. So
right,
it's kind of fucking. You gotta fucking play the hand you're dealt a little bit there. Okay, so let's see here. You want to read this one?
The Khartoum resolutions clarified that Arab states intended to act according to 3 no's. No peace with Israel, no recognition of Israel, and no negotiations with Israel. As a result, the ceasefire that followed Israel's victory in the Six-Day War was short-lived. On October 6, 1973, Israel was again attacked by Egypt and Syria on the Jewish holy day of Yom Kippur.
I don't have a lot to add to that.
The Yom Kippur War lasted until October 26, 1973.
Clarendon, yeah. Jordan has always been a wild card, would you say, at least over the last 30 years? Y'all are very smart about this. What's Jordan's stance on this war? So Jordan has always been like the bastion of like Western complicity in the Middle East. So right there in 1948, Jordan even had in 1948 a British commander in the Arab Legion named Glub Pasha is what they called him. Glub Pasha. It was literally a British dude that was like a commander there. King Abdullah was always willing to work with the British, and he was willing to work also with Israel. He was perfectly fine with there being a state of Israel as long as he could have his Hashemite kingdom. These were Hashemites, and he wanted his own like Hashemite dynasty, and he wanted to take that area. He wanted to, the Hashemites are British puppets. Exactly, Powerful Finger. And then after he died, his son Husseini was literally the same thing, just like a client essentially for the West, very willing to do all that. So they've always been way more conciliatory with Israel. I don't know much about what their specific stance is in present times, but I imagine it's the same kind of conciliatory approach. Yo, I was just literally fighting with someone in Hassan's chat about this. I was talking to my dad about it. Holy shit. I've heard only of the Hashemites. That's the dynasty there. Yeah. The coincidence, Ella, and I just turned my laptop on. Only facts. Are you talking about we're talking about in Jordan, or are you talking about this quiz?
I think they're talking about
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Abdullah and Hussein are dogs. Yeah, exactly. They were traitors to like the Pan-Arab movement. And the problem is that they weren't even like outspoken traitors of it. Abdullah feigned like he was on the side of the Palestinians. He feigned like he was on the side of the Arab Legion. He feigned on the side of like the whole thing, but then only used that as a pretense for his own expansionist claims to develop the Hashemite kingdom. That he foresaw, like of like having control of Iraq and Syria. He wanted to take all of Syria as well.
He invited the Mossad to spy on the floor above at his hotel.
Yes, he talked to Golda Meir. He had meetings with the Zionists to be like, yo, y'all can have your Israeli state. Have fun with all that. Have fun with all that. And he was part of the Arab Legion. The Jordan government, in 1948, Jordan may have had the most significant army that could have actually pushed back the establishment of the state of Israel. But the problem is he never wanted to. So when they talk about this whole thing where they're like, 5 nations invaded us, 5 nations invaded us, one of those was absolutely a collaborator, and also he held immense sway over the Arab Legion, which really hindered the actual efficacy of the forces of the Arab Legion.
I don't think Jordan has any oil, but I do believe they have ports, which, that's a big deal.
But that's awesome, only facts. That's awesome that you were getting into that, because that's something that gets overlooked so often, because they like to make this big, they like to just roll everything up and be like, the Arabs hated it. The Arabs just wanted to destroy it. There's never been peace with the Arabs. The Arabs this, and it's like, if you don't know, first of all, the Arab people are not a fucking monolith.
No.
These are different countries, you know what I mean? Like, and with different things happening, and you have to really study this. Here, I'll tell you.
He's grabbing a book, folks. He's grabbing the book.
Great book by Itamar Rabinovich called "The Road Not Taken," and this is about the road of peace, is what it's referring to when it says the road not taken. And this is about everything that could have happened following the 1948 war. Specific peace negotiations with Egypt, specific peace negotiations with Syria, specific peace negotiations with Jordan. It talks about Abdullah, and it talks about all the secret talks with Abdullah as well. And also, I have something else for you as well. This is a book by one of my favorite authors on the Palestinian conflict, or whatever you want to call it. And it's called, it's by Avi Shleim, and it's called Collusion Across the Jordan, King Abdullah, the Zionist Movement, and the Partition of Palestine. Let me pull that up for you real quick. I'll put the link in chat. Avi Shleim, King Abdullah, Collusion Across the Jordan. Okay, here you go. So this is the PDF for it right here, which is really cool, because I think an actual hard copy of this is like over $1,000. So this is a great book. It's called Collusion Across the Jordan, King Abdullah, the Zionist Movement, and the Partition of Palestine. So that's like another super good book specifically on this topic about Abdullah, and it's called Collusion Across the Jordan, how Abdullah colluded with the Zionist Movement in 1948.
Powerful Finger says Hashemites and the Saudis are relatives. The Hashemites lost the war over who will rule the Arabian Peninsula, and Abdullah promised to the British that he will be complicit, and they gave him state to rule. And what does Israel say to Jordan now? Oh, that land is also mine.
Yeah. All right, so let's go to the next question. Yeah, Black September, exactly.
In 1978.
1978, Israel returned the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt in exchange for a peace treaty.
Are we sure it's not $500 million?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
All right. What do you think, chat? Oh, he got it. Pat has not missed
Well,
once.
I believe that was because of the Yom Kippur War, correct? Or am I wrong? Oh, no. So, in 1978, Jimmy Carter brought together Egyptian President. What happened?
Oh, nothing. I tried to enlarge it and it skipped up. So we're good.
In 1978, President Jimmy Carter brought together Egyptian President Anwar Sadat and Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin to sign a peace treaty known as the Camp David Accords. The negotiations occurred at the Camp David Presidential Retreat in Maryland, USA. It helped establish the normalization of relations between Egypt and Israel. Yeah.
What is this? The Greater Israel stuff is completely...
I gotta go, but you guys have a Discord? Okay, cool. Yeah, they just put the Discord in there.
Yeah, we do, dog.
Library of audio and ebooks, but I want people to read the 1,400-page Great War for Civilization. I would share the link, but I worry TOS. Yeah, definitely join the Discord and definitely drop whatever you want in there because we're like a real book-centered stream here. I love reading books. I've been constantly reading about this conflict, so drop me whatever you got, and I appreciate you coming in and joining the discourse a little bit.
Yeah, only facts. Like, definitely, please come back, especially on Sundays when we are currently reading Liberalism by Domenico Lacerdo. So, well, not this Sunday. But we'll get to that later. Yeah, definitely. Let's talk, man.
For sure.
Twerking is legal now, so start twerking, folks. Thank you, Red Wizard. Thank you for the alert. And also subscribe. Yes.
Yeah, feel free to subscribe if you want.
Yeah, please do that.
All right, so let's go forward here. Let's see what the next question is.
During the 2000 Camp David summit brokered by President Bill Clinton, Israel saw a peace deal with the Palestinians, offering the Palestinians control over this territory.
So the term control is very loose here in terms of what they would actually be controlling, but the answer is the West Bank and the Gaza Strip.
All right, let's see if
it's
Pat...
definitely not East Jerusalem, which was a big problem with that.
Let's see if Pat finally swings and misses, everybody. Oh, he got it. Never mind.
Didn't the Camp David Accords there's been multiple Camp David shit. They've been doing Camp David since the 70s.
Carter did one too. Right?
They're always up there at Camp David. All right. So during the 2000 Camp David summit, Israel, under the leadership of Prime Minister Ehud Barak, offered several significant concessions in an attempt to reach a comprehensive peace agreement with the Palestinian Authority. Israel's offer included giving the Palestinians 97% of the West Bank and a full control of the Gaza Strip. This offer, however, was ultimately rejected by the Palestinians, and it was rejected for good reason. Because what they're offering them there is control, not like full control, not independence, but control of like the same way that we see them controlled and occupied, where, you know, they can't have a military, they can't have like an effective police force. Everything that comes in and out, it needs to be, needs to be searched and controlled, and it's just there's so much on this where like even the Israeli people that were involved in it was like, yeah, I wouldn't have fucking taken that deal either. And
are you talking about like the ABC like way that they split up what the fuck is it, the West Bank, right, where there's sectors where it's Palestinian control, quote unquote. There are sectors where it's mixed of Palestinian and Israeli, control, and then there's literally parts within the West Bank that are fully like controlled by Israel. So it's just kind of like, well, then what the fuck was the point of that?
PM Triox, you get to say you're in control of a province that I run. That's my offer. That's effectively what happened there. Right. And also, East Jerusalem was like a huge thing in this as well. Like when they were saying like 97% of the West Bank, that did not include East Jerusalem. That did not include Jerusalem, which was like extremely important at this time.
Man, and I wonder why like that offer would be rejected by the Palestinians. That's just I just can't see.
Here, and I'll pull this up real quick just because I want to. So I'm gonna open up my Kindle. I can't share my Kindle because it's Johnny sharing it, but I'm just gonna read something about this situation that Norm Finkelstein wrote. We all love Norm Finkelstein here. Let's see here. So it's
big Norm appreciators.
In the beginning of the book, okay. So
Gooning.
Gooner.
That
yes.
now that needs to be a fucking soundbite.
Oh, dude, yeah. Okay, so right here, Ben Ami. Ben Ami, who I think was at one point Shlomo Ben Ami, who was a former Israeli former minister, said, if I were Palestinian, so Ben Ami, he was one of Israel's chief negotiators at Camp David, Ben Ami, Shlomo Ben Ami, who was there negotiating, said, I would have rejected Camp David as well. While Israeli strategic analyst Ziv Mayoz concluded that the substantial concessions, which is exactly what PragerU is saying here, quote unquote, the substantial concessions were not acceptable and could not be acceptable. Subsequent negotiations also failed to achieve a breakthrough. In December 2000, President Clinton unfurled his parameters for resolving the conflict. Both sides accepted them with reservations. So that's just kind of what you need to know, is that even on the Israeli side, even like high Israeli officials that were in the negotiations were like, yeah, that deal was fucking dog shit.
Also, clear it or not, I'm an environmental scientist, so I tend to look at history through resources, topography these days. My understanding is that Palestine is basically the scrubland, the worst part of the country in terms of agricultural yields, correct?
When you say Palestine, do you mean like all of what is today known as Israel, or are you referring specifically to the West Bank and the Gaza Strip? Or like, what do you like?
Right.
So I'm curious what you mean. Like, are you talking
There's
about
multiple ways to answer that depending on what you're asking.
Like, are you referring to like 1947 Palestine, or are you referring to like the thing that we can't, like the butchered, like the butchered mess that is what's left of Palestine?
Right. It has tens of billions of dollars in natural gas, not to mention as far as like agriculturally, right? I mean, this is like a region that they've cultivated for thousands of years, right? Since the Romans, right? So like it's not as if it's barren. Otherwise, like, you know, it would be a basically unpopulated region. And if anything,
they grew oranges there, they grew olives there, they grew figs there. You know what I mean?
They didn't grow wheat though.
I don't know, it depends on what you really mean by the agricultural yields. Like, is it the most fertile place in the world? Like, maybe, I mean, people could survive there. People could thrive there.
People obviously have survived there. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's go to the next question. I wonder how much is longer on this thing. I wonder how many questions it is.
They're waiting for you to get one wrong. Which terrorist organization has ruled the Gaza Strip since 2007?
That would be Hamas.
You got it.
2006, Hamas emerged victorious in elections held in the Gaza Strip. They have maintained governance over the region since the Battle of Gaza in 2007. What? Hamas is a militant anti-Semitic organization with the stated goal of destruction of Israel. Article 13 of the Hamas Charter states, peace initiatives and so-called peace solutions and intentional conferences are in contradiction to the principles of the Islamic resistance movement. Those conferences are no more than a means to appoint the infidels as arbitrators of the lands of Islam. There is no solution for the Palestinian problem except by jihad. Initiatives, proposals, and international conferences are but a waste of time and exercise in futility. So, if you have been following this conflict, I'm sure that you have heard that this thing that the Hamas Charter says that...
The Hamas Charter?
It constantly is bringing up the Hamas Charter and talking about why the Hamas Charter, you know, precludes Hamas from ever making peace with Israel. I do just want to share this, and Johnny, we've read this a couple times, but it's always just important to bring this up, especially now we have a bunch of people in here. They might not hear our regular rigmarole that we usually get on. Hold on.
Do you want me to read the thing?
What?
The little preamble thing before we start reading the book that I do every time?
No. I'm going to bring up something
okay.
About Hamas.
Okay, another thing, not like the thing. I guess they'll just have to wait for Sunday for me to read the thing.
Yeah.
U.S. government labeling Hamas as terrorists while letting white nationalist orgs run amok is hypocritical. I mean... yeah, man. Do you think the bar is pretty low, you know, in terms of hypocrisy within the U.S.? And could you comment on what Hamas actually is after framing of the last question?
This is actually going to be, we're getting into this right now.
into realpolitik, and the real situation at this time is that Palestine is a country separate from Israel. I'm well aware that everything to the sea is Palestine. I want you to remember where Native Americans were placed. Reservation land is shit land always. Clear it or not, we have actually discussed like the similarities, especially when reading like I said, Elon Pape's The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, and we've had a number of comrades like in chat that are indigenous discuss the many similarities to the plight of the Palestinian people and indigenous people of Turtle Island. But let's bring up this neat little thing that Pat has found.
And also, I do want to say this, Clara. You said that the real situation at this time is that Palestine is a country separate from Israel. The problem is that it's not. The problem is that neither of the. There's two things that should be happening. Either there's a one-state solution or a two-state solution. And Palestine has not been granted either of those. They have not been granted Israeli citizenship, and they have not been granted autonomy. They are occupied. They are occupied and separated, not as their own country, but as occupied territory. And that's the problem. That's the real problem here, is that they don't get either of those things. Now, Johnny, if you want to read this,
yes.
This is an interesting report by the United States Institute of Peace. So this is a Western organization. This is not, not that there would be anything wrong with a Middle Eastern institution doing this, but if you want to say that it's that it's another Islamic institution that's trying to like paint Hamas in a better light or anything like that, it is not. This is the United States Institute of Peace in 2009. So go ahead, you can read it.
So, Hamas's landslide victory in the Palestinian parliamentary elections of January 2006 came as an unwelcome and unexpected shock to both the Middle Eastern and international regimes, with the organization winning nearly 58% of the Palestinian Legislative Council seats. The United States, a number of European nations, and Israel had all issued clear warnings before the elections that they would not deal with a Palestinian authority led by Hamas.
So go down is the next part, the summary portion.
Editors know, summary. Okay, so although peaceful coexistence between Israel and Hamas is clearly not possible under the formulations that comprise Hamas's 1988 charter, Hamas has, in practice, moved well beyond its charter. Indeed, Hamas has been carefully and consciously adjusting its political program for years and has sent repeated signals that it may be ready to begin a process of coexisting with Israel. As evidenced by numerous statements, Hamas is not hostile to Jewish people because of their religion. Rather, Hamas' view toward Israel is based on a fundamental belief that Israel has occupied land that is inherently Palestinian and Islamic. For Hamas, recognition of Israel would represent a negation of the rightness of its own cause and would be indefensible under Islam. It considers unacceptable for itself the actions of those Muslim countries that have recognized Israel, such as Egypt and Jordan, and those who have indicated their willingness to do so, such as Saudi Arabia and the rest of the Arab League, because they have provided no theological justification for their policies toward Israel. Although Hamas is an Islamic organization, it will not transgress Sharia, which it understands as forbidding recognition. It has formulated mechanisms that allow it to deal with the reality of Israel as a fait accompli. These mechanisms include the religious concepts of Tahadiyya and Hudna and Hamas's own concept of Palestinian legitimacy. Please let me know if I mispronounced the living fuck out of that. Tahadiyya refers to a short-term calming period between the conflicting parties during which differences are not put aside. Tahadiyya stopped most violence between Hamas and Israel from June to December 2008. Hudna is a truce for a specific period, which is based on the practice of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and on subsequent events in Muslim history. Hamas has indicated a number of occasions its willingness to accede to a Hudna with Israel, assuming basic Palestinian rights as set forth in the Arab Peace Initiative are agreed to first. Palestinian legitimacy is a term employed by Hamas to describe its willingness to consider accepting a binding peace treaty, such as the proposal set forth in the API, so long as the treaty is first ratified by the Palestinian people in a referendum. Although Hamas would not directly participate in peace negotiations with Israel, Hamas has indicated that it would be willing to be part of a Palestinian coalition government with Fatah, under which Fatah would negotiate the actual treaty.
There's just one more.
Yeah, Fatah is also a political party. Although the peace process under such circumstances might, for Israelis and Westerners, seem involved, arcane, and of dubious utility, it is necessary to consider the possibility of such a process because there is no realistic scenario under which Hamas will disappear. Understanding the Islamic basis of Hamas's policies and worldview will be essential for the success of any process in which it is engaged.
So there's another, if you want to link that in the chat, this is like a 25-page report. So, I mean, like, you know, this is just like, this is from the United States Institute of Peace. This is from the United States. And I think it's important that people read this. And I'm not like, you know, necessarily a supporter of, you know, Islamic fundamentalist movements. It's not something that I'm particularly a fan of. You know what I mean? Like, Hamas would not be like my like first choice if I had a magic wand. That would, you know, I would choose like a secular nationalist, socialist type of situation for the Palestinians. But we have to understand and not make these people out to be like complete monsters that are just like literally animalistic in their blood fervor, which is typically how this is talked about, which is in stark contradiction to what I just read, or what Johnny just read here to us all together about Hamas. It is far more complex and is far less, let's just say, oppositional than maybe some would have you believe.
I mean, it's always more complex than, like, you know, the simple good guy, bad guy, you know, like which sport team do I root for kind of way that, like, we're taught these things, or at least like the way that they're presented to us, right, on like, you know, most news media within the U.S.
Pat, the Irish Muslim, they called him. Well, you know,
I keep telling you,
the Irish people, the IRA, they were friends with Gaddafi. They've been friends, allies of the Palestinians for decades. Even the Irish state today, for the past, like, I would say 20 years, Ireland has been like a very vocal supporter of the Palestinians. I think Ireland stands out in the West of being a vocal supporter of Palestine.
Oh, I was going off about how I think that, like, you'd be just immediately better at, you know, MMA if you just converted to Islam.
Yeah, it's probably true.
You know, I'm sure it can't hurt. That's all I'm saying. And you already have, like, the name. Remember, we went over, like, the name, and, like, you know, I'm pretty sure, like, Pat, right, counts as, like, a name out of the Quran somehow.
So, Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Hell yeah. I love seeing that emote.
Yeah, me too. Where's that from? Is that from us? No, okay.
No, I wish. I could make it ours.
So let's get back to there. That's just something that we all need to know about Hamas. You know, that, you know, it's more complex than many would have you believe.
Right. So, what does PragerU think? Article 13 of the Hamas Charter states peace initiatives. I don't think we actually read this part.
I think we did.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
So let's go forward. Next one. That's the old charter that everybody brings up right now.
Oh, right.
It's the initial Hamas charter, which that report that we just read said that they have moved past significantly.
Right.
And to not recognize that is
like,
not
even their 2017 charter, like, acknowledges, like, you know, the two-state solution or 1967 borders as, like, you know, something they're willing to settle for.
I believe so, yeah. So, in contrast to Hamas, whose leader Ismail Haniyeh has reportedly said, "We love death like our enemies love life." Israel has a history of actively pursuing peace and welcoming Arab communities. As of 2023, what percentage of Israel's population is comprised of Arab citizens? I actually don't know the answer to this one. This is less of a historical topic. I wouldn't be surprised if it was 21%, though.
I'm gonna vote 21%.
As we know, Avi Shlaim is an Arab man who's Jewish. There's plenty of Arab Jewish people. Nobody's saying that there aren't Arab Jewish people, and there's not immigration from Arab countries to Israel.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying that doesn't happen. But I have a feeling, no, there are Arabs that are full citizens.
I mean, there are literally like there's that Boiler Room like documentary that I posted in the Discord. It's about like the Palestinian underground music. There are Palestinian Arabs that have Israeli citizenship but were raised, speaking Hebrew and have literally no idea how to speak Arabic.
Now, Palestinians specifically, on the other hand, I would say no.
Right.
So that's what you meant. If you meant Palestinians, then absolutely the answer is no.
Right. Is
But
there an
Arab-
apartheid where there are streets in certain parts of Palestine where, or, at least like where the two meet, right? Where like they're not allowed on certain streets or not allowed through certain checkpoints? Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to go with 21.
All right, let's see what happens.
I believe that there's probably a lot of Arabs.
Oh, shit, man. We have yet to miss.
But this is the problem. While Israel is a Jewish state, it is a nation of many religions and cultures. Only 70% of Israeli citizens are Jewish, while the other 21% are Arabs. This is so weird. Like, this is a false dichotomy. There can be Arab Jewish people. Jewish is a you know what I mean? Like, just the framing of that is incorrect. And we can talk about Avi Shlaim as an example of this. Avi Shlaim was an Iraqi Arab Jewish person who is now one of the leading, in my opinion, one of my favorite authors on Israeli history. And his children would also be Arabic because he is an Arabic person. Israeli citizens also aren't the entire population of those living in that land. Correct. Absolutely. Right. What else does it say? Prior to the Hamas terror attacks of October 7th, it was estimated that approximately 150,000 Palestinians would travel from Gaza and the West Bank to Israel daily for work. Yeah, 150,000. That's like 1% of the Palestinian population that had work permits to go.
And they've now suspended, I think, in the West Bank. At least this was like a day or two ago.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not doing any of it right now.
Yeah, they've suspended
and the ones that
all
were there
work
all got
visas.
rounded up and arrested.
Yeah.
All the Palestinians all those work permit Palestinians all got arrested.
Yeah. You read well, Johnny. I try. I do my best. All right. For you. Frozen bananas. Lots of Jewish towns in Israel ban Arab Israelis from being able to move in. Well, let me tell you about a little state called New Jersey. We got the same shit happening here, man. Like, stigma-free towns don't need to put up a sign that says stigma-free town.
Yeah.
In 2011, Israel deployed a revolutionary air defense system that can intercept rockets launched by terrorists. What is it called? I want to say it's called the Iron Curtain.
Yeah, I like Iron Curtain.
Iron Curtain sound. The Iron Drape.
We all know it's the Iron Dome.
I know.
We all know that one.
Beep, beep. The Iron Dome is a revolutionary missile defense system developed and deployed by Israel to protect against short-range rockets and artillery shell attacks. It is designed to intercept and destroy incoming projectiles that pose a threat to populated areas. The system has been particularly effective in countering rocket attacks from militant groups in neighboring territories. And like the absolutely like unhinged part is that like the rockets that like Hamas right have been launching, or other groups for that matter. Hamas isn't the only one, right? It's like the most like fucking rudimentary rocket type shit. Like it's like stuff that Ted Kaczynski would build in like a fucking cabin out in the woods, pretty much. Like they have no supplies, they have no ability to like mass produce like some hyper accurate like
very little people
totally successful.
I'm not saying it's not dangerous and it's not being lobbed into civilian areas, but also very few people die because of it, and that's important to recognize.
Right.
So let's keep going. What else? Is there more than 10 questions?
Are you ready to find out how you did? I'm pretty sure, yeah. If you learned something from this quiz, which we did not, we encourage you to spread awareness by sharing it with friends and family.
I knew we were going to fucking demolish that. All right, cool. Well, that was fun. I knew that would be fun. So what's up? Real quick, do you want to watch the debate between Finkelstein and Dershowitz that came out today?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Yeah, let's do it.
It's only like 20 minutes long.
Yeah.
So
we
I know we might have a couple extra people in here today. Just want to plug a couple things if y'all don't mind. Johnny, or you don't have to. Can we put can somebody? I'll put it in there. I got my Twitter popping off now. I got some stuff going on Twitter where I'm dropping in. Johnny, can you actually pull my Twitter up? Is that possible so I can show that River to the Sea thing?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Yes.
If anybody wants to give me a follow on Twitter, I'm always reading these books about Israel Palestine. I'm going to be putting some stuff up. You know what I mean? Spicy things that I read that I think are going to be cool for people. So if you want to follow me on Twitter, you can see stuff like this. Go down. Go down. Okay, yeah, well, that's me. Go down. Not that one, not the Simpsons one. So this is something that I found yesterday when I was reading. So saying from the river to the sea is implicitly genocidal. This is a response to those people who say this. They're saying this on college campuses. They're saying you have to shut down these colleges and expel these kids because they're saying from the river to the sea as if this is some kind of like inherently genocidal message. But in the Likud's 1977 party platform, it states between the sea and the Jordan, there will only be Israeli sovereignty, meaning the between the river and the sea, the Jordan River and the sea, there will only be Israel. And Likud is effectively the ruling party in Israel at this time. It is Netanyahu's party. And I say funny how this phrase is problematic when used by those resisting genocide, but ignored by those perpetuating it. And, these are the kind of things that I'll be doing. Things like this that I find in my reading. So if you want to follow me on Twitter, that would be really fucking cool. I'm trying to get that off the ground. I just made it. Also, Johnny, can you pull up our YouTube real quick? Because maybe there's some people in here that aren't actually subscribed to our YouTube yet.
Possibly.
That quiz that we just took is probably going to get uploaded to our YouTube, so that'll be fun. But also, I'm trying to make more produced essay content. And I made one about Kerala, the Indian state of Kerala that has had like a communist government for a little while now. Where I react and respond to a libertarian disinformation. So if you just want to bring that up for a second, Johnny. Yeah. So if you want to see me take this kid here point by point and demolish everything that he says about communism and Kerala and Human Development Index and various other topics, please check out our YouTube. And obviously you can subscribe for free. It would make me very, 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 very happy if you subscribed. Also, last thing, we do have a Patreon, and right now I'm currently in the process of trying to fund a trip to Colombia in February or March so that I can conduct like on the ground journalism with the Kofan Nation, which is an indigenous group that lives within Colombia and Ecuador, talk about their plights against the Colombian government, talk about the war that's been going on in Colombia for some decades now. And then, what else was I going to do? Oh yeah, just some on the ground streaming from Colombia, going into the jungle, doing things like that. So if you're interested in supporting me doing that, if you're interested in like helping out with that project, because it is going to be expensive, consider signing up for our Patreon or just maybe gifting some subs and some bits into the channel if you can. These are the primary way that we're going to be funding some of those activities. So if you're interested in that, please consider doing that. That would be really, really cool. And yeah, there's our Patreon right there.
With all the hot vids or VODs that are too hot for YouTube and definitely can't be left up on Twitch. Be cool, chat.
Yep, exactly. So, and actually, we have one of those coming next Tuesday. I'm going to be watching a documentary about Jamaica. It's going to be a really cool documentary. So everybody's going to have to just be cool. So when we're watching a cool documentary, just be cool. And it shouldn't be hard because we're watching a cool documentary, so everybody can just be cool with the cool documentary. Hashkish, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. That's so appreciated. Thank you so much for supporting that. Your support is always so deeply appreciated. You're one of the most treasured members of this community.
Godfather Kush, it was a pleasure having you on for game night the other night. I hope the next time we have one of those that we can get your mic working.
But all right, now that I've done all of our shameless self-promotion, what do you say we get into a debate that just dropped today on Piers Morgan of Norm Finkelstein versus his eternal nemesis, Alan the Dershowitz.
Famed friend and close confidant of one Jeffrey Epstein. I believe, wasn't he also like his legal defense too? I'm pretty sure that like either the neighbors below me or next to me are having a dispute of some kind. You guys can't hear it though, right? Okay, good. Just making sure. That was very serious. Let me just pause that and...
Well, it's been 2 decades since my next 2 guests agreed to debate one another on live television. Both Norman Finkelstein and Alan Dershowitz are Jewish, but their perspectives on the Israel-Palestine conflict couldn't be more different. And they both join me now, the lawyer and author of The War Against the Jews, Alan Dershowitz, and Professor Norman Finkelstein. Well, welcome to both of you. I feel a bit like Kofi Annan bringing you two gentlemen back together, but I'm glad that you both agreed, and I hope we can have a civilized debate. We've had some pretty rancorous debate this week on the program, and I want to try and really have a proper conversation about where we are in this war and about this burning question. And I'll start with you, Alan Dershowitz, about what we're seeing in Gaza now is, to many people, now the very terrorism which Israel set out to destroy. What do you say to people that think that?
It is terrorism. It's terrorism by Hamas, taking human shields, putting children in the way of Israel's legitimate military concerns. Hamas has a strategy. It's called the CNN strategy. I call it the dead baby strategy. Kill as many Jews as possible, provoke Israel into doing what every democracy would do, responding, then hide your tunnels and your fighters and your rockets behind civilians, knowing that Israel, no matter how hard they try to avoid civilian.
So this whole thing, Hamas is among the civilians. Hamas is among the civilians. It's like Gaza isn't allowed to have an army.
Right.
You think they can just have a military base, like, out away from civilians? Like, it's
Right.
literally a guerrilla insurgency type of movement. They're not allowed to have weapons. They're not allowed
Right.
to have tanks. They're not allowed to have building materials.
They're not even allowed to have clean water, dog. Like,
Yeah.
fucking...
They're not even allowed to have most kinds of fertilizer because it could potentially be fashioned into an explosive. I'm not saying that I support Hamas being like among the civilian territory, and I understand that that actually is a war crime under international law, but I'm saying that Israel has rendered them no choice but to engage in these more deranged style of warfare. They literally have no choice. It's either that or no self-defense whatsoever. Those are the only two options.
Right. Also, Dersh looks like shit.
Yeah, and also just yo, motherfucker, who is killing thousands of who? That
Right.
is, and who has been historically killing 10 times more over the past 75 years.
Like, from day one, right, we haven't really seen the turntables turn here. It's kind of just consistently been just a constant deluge of Palestinian lives.
Yes. Exactly.
Casualties, and why would Israel ever want to kill a civilian? It's absurd. It hurts them tremendously.
Why would they? Why would, the state that...
Well, I don't know. Why would they want to... Johnny, can you just bring up the Wikipedia for the Dahiya doctrine?
Yeah.
Dahiyya. So let's let that question marinate for a second, right? Why would Israel want to hurt a civilian? Why would Israel want to hurt a civilian? What potential gain would there be? Well, maybe it's because of this thing called the Dahiya doctrine. It's a military strategy of asymmetric warfare outlined by former Israeli IDF Chief of Staff Gadi Zainuk, who encompass the destruction of civilian infrastructure of regimes deemed to be hostile to a measure calculated to pressure combatants, and endorse the employment of disproportionate force compared to the amount of force used by the enemy to secure that end. The doctrine is named after Dahiya, translated into Dahiya, the neighborhood of Beirut, where Hezbollah was headquartered during the 2006 Lebanon War, which was heavily damaged by the IDF. Go down. Is there any more on just the intro right there? So go down. So this is what they said.
You want the Gaza war or the Lebanon war?
The Lebanon war, real quick. Just where it says what the guy initially said.
Okay. In 2010?
Yeah.
The method of action in Lebanon in 2006 was that, in the first stage, targets were attacked, which formed an immediate threat. And in the second stage, the population was evacuated for its protection. And only after the evacuation of the population were Hezbollah targets attacked more broadly. I am convinced that this pattern was a moral pattern, that it was correct to use. And if another campaign is required, it will be correct to act in the same way. It is Hezbollah which transforms the hundreds of villages and the Shiite areas of Lebanon into combat spaces. I hope this understanding will cause the organization to consider carefully before it decides to use any more terror, kidnapping, or shootings.
I think that was him in damage control. Go up to the other paragraph, the one above that.
There's no other paragraph above it.
Oh, wait, go down.
This one?
Stop shake. Okay, all right.
Because this is Gabi Saboni.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's one where they say that there's no civilian villages whatsoever. There's only military bases. But yeah, this Dahiya doctrine is the one that they explain exactly why doing collective punishment and disproportionate force against civilians and civilian infrastructure is an effective means of fighting your enemy. And they did this in Dahiya, which is a place in Lebanon, in Beirut, which they bombed extensively and killed civilians. And they're doing this also in 2023 in Gaza, and it's been invoked in 2023 in Gaza.
Let me see here. Is it this one, the criticism? Richard Falk wrote that under the doctrine, the civilian infrastructure of adversaries such as Hamas or Hezbollah are treated as permissible military targets, which is not only an overt violation of the most elementary norms of the law of war and of universal morality, but an avowal of a doctrine of violence that needs to be called by its proper name, state terrorism. Is that the one?
No, I was going off the guy's word, the guy who kind of coined it, where he said, like, these are no longer, we don't recognize civilian villages. These are all military bases now, pretty much meaning like there's no innocent Palestinians, but that's fine. You don't have to, we don't,
Okay.
they get the idea.
Yeah, you get it, right, chat? Plus we're only like,
why would we want to hurt the civilians? It's like, dog, you have an explicit doctrine that your military commanders have been evoking for over a decade at this point.
Plus we're like, 2 minutes in, not even.
Yeah.
But every time Israel kills a civilian, the world condemns them. The United Nations condemns them. And then that process continues over and over and over again. The people who are being killed today are being killed as a result of Hamas actions. Hamas started it. Hamas uses human shields. If Hamas lay down its arms, if it surrendered, if it agreed to give up control, if it closed its tunnels, if it stopped its rockets, then no civilians would be killed. So it's a terrible tragedy. There's no good solution. There's no perfect solution. If Israel stops now, Hamas continues to do it over and over and over again. If Israel continues, it gets condemned and loses friends abroad and even risks using the United States. It's a terrible dilemma for Israel. All the responsibility, all the fault of Hamas for starting this. And let me just end with one quote. On the day after, literally the day after these horrible tragedies with murders and rapes and robberies, this is what Mr. Finkelstein said. It warms every fiber of my soul, every fiber of my soul. He called the people who murdered these innocent Jews, many of them peaceniks, he called them part of the heroic resistance. And he compared them to the Jews who were fighting against Nazis in the Warsaw Ghetto. It's that kind of animosity toward Israel before Israel fired a single shot, which makes it clear that no matter what Israel does, it's going to be condemned by people like Norman Finkelstein and by the United Nations General Assembly. I think it was Abiy Ibn who
I'll be
once
right
said,
back. I got to grab something real
if the
quick.
General Assembly were asked to vote on an Algerian resolution that the earth is flat and that Israel flattened it, it would win 128 to 32 with 65 abstentions, and he would name each of the people. So the United Nations General Assembly, Rights Watch, Doctors Without Borders, these are not objective assessments. Israel is in a very tough situation, and the future of civilization depends on Israel being able to destroy Hamas and avoiding repetition.
Let me bring in Professor Finkelstein. Your response to that?
Well, I won't address the question of my remarks on October 7th because we already went over that ground in a previous program, and so it would be a waste of your viewers' time if I were to revisit that.
Yeah, that's fair
So
enough.
let me deal with the Yeah, thank you. So let's deal with the substantive issue. Number one, what you seem to be describing as a new development, namely Israel's indiscriminate assaults in Gaza, that's hardly a new development, with all due respect to you.
I've lost the sound.
You've lost the what?
Israel from literally day one set out as its goals. So if I can quote, first of all, the defense minister, there will be no electricity, no food, no water, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we are acting accordingly. Now, that was not directed at Hamas. That was directed at the entire population of Gaza. I think your listeners understand what is the consequence of denying a civilian population all water, all food, all fuel, and all electricity. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that that is a recipe for genocide. Number two, you quoted or you had on Douglas Murray, who made a distinction.
Is that the same
between
Douglas
what he
Murray
called
that did the bell
the
curve? Is that the same Douglas Murray that did the bell curve that he had on talking about Israel Palestine? I'm just curious if it's the same dude. That is Douglas Murray, right? Can anybody in chat confirm, or Johnny, can you confirm? I just need confirmation. Somebody has to confirm.
Hang on, I'm checking right
For the
now.
love of God, somebody confirm.
It was Douglas Murray versus pro-Palestinian. Really, they couldn't even name him.
Irate Lump said it's a different Murray, but just as racist. It's funny that they share that name, and they're both despicable.
Yeah. Because there's no way this dude looks kind of young to be.
Yeah, no,
that
bell curve
Douglas
was written
Murray.
a long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know they sell the bell curve in Barnes and Noble? I was in a Barnes and Noble not too long ago, and I saw.
Bro,
a
you can
copy
find
of it. I
Mein
was like,
Kampf at Barnes and Noble.
honestly, I feel like Mein Kampf is less harmful than the bell curve because Mein Kampf is kind of like known, known very well for what it is, and like a lot of people aren't like, oh, sick, but like the bell curve is insidiously packaged as like some kind of like actual scholarship.
All right, yeah, I get your point. Yeah.
I'm open to being wrong. I'm open to, you could convince me of otherwise on the statement that I just said, okay?
I mean, I don't want to debate that, but like
I'm just saying not in and of its essence, but I'm saying in 2023 in the United States, I think that Mein Kampf is less harmful than the bell curve.
I guess.
I've seen like 3 copies of Mein Kampf at half-price books. Like, whose used books are these? Looking around. Excuse me.
Deliberate targeting of civilians versus the indiscriminate targeting of civilians. Not to want to sound pedantic, but Israel's leading authority on international law is a fellow named Yoram Dinstein, who I'm sure Alan Dershowitz knows. And Mr. Dinstein, or Dr. Dinstein, he stated that there is no fundamental difference under international law between the deliberate targeting of civilians and the indiscriminate targeting of civilians. There is no substantive difference. Therefore, under international law, according to Yoram Dinstein, Israel is targeting the civilian population of Gaza. That's another indication from the get-go, not from yesterday, not from when it was revealed to President Biden, but from the get-go, Israel has been engaging in a genocidal war in Gaza. Now, the genocidal war takes various forms. Again, I'm going to cite you old quotes So let's take Giora Eiland, who was the head of Israel's National Security Council, the equivalent of our CIA. And he said, quote, Israel needs to create a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Gaza will become a place where no human being can exist. Now, I'm not here to try to persuade Mr. Dershowitz or Professor Dershowitz. I am here to try to enlighten your listeners. So I would like them to cogitate, to meditate over what does it mean to say Gaza will become a place where no human beings can exist. Mr. Eiland, the former head of the National Security Council, went on to say, severe epidemics in the south of the Gaza Strip will bring victory closer and reduce casualties among IDF soldiers. And then there is Mr. Netanyahu, the prime minister. Not on one occasion, not from the spur of the moment, but twice.
The Dersh does not seem pleased.
National addresses to the nation, very soberly, Mr. Netanyahu said, remember what Amalek did to you. This is a war between the sons of light and the sons of darkness. I don't know what that comment means, but I love it.
Which one?
Yeah, watching Norm reminds me of when I was once asked if I'm from Chicago.
Because apparently I
talk fast. I get that too, but it's because I'm from New Jersey. I live in Philadelphia now, but apparently people from Jersey talk kind of quick.
So I think that
Norm is from Brooklyn, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, but I think it's also just like he's like a surgeon. All right. He's not going to rush.
He wants to be extremely deliberate and understood with the words that he's saying. They are meaningful and they are chosen to convey a specific meaning.
He is very carefully.
You will understand me.
He is very carefully removing your face, putting your face on his face, and then he's
gooning around.
And then he's doing this, like, ha ha ha, silly person, your face is dumb. Look at you. I'm wearing your face now. Your whole argument was dumb. And I'm completely destroying you. And I'm going to go see your family tonight wearing your face.
And I'll wear their faces.
Now, as Professor Dershowitz surely knows, because he attended Hebrew school. Actually, he grew up just a few blocks from me, or I should say I grew up a few blocks from him because he's older. He surely knows that in the midst of a war, in a country that is schooled in the Bible, that when you say your enemy is Amalek, then you are calling for the destruction, the killing of every man, woman, and child. So with all due regard to Mr. Dershowitz, I have to say this issue of human shielding is totally beside the point because it doesn't even come into play in this particular situation. The orders from the get-go denying food, water, electricity, and fuel to the entire civilian population, the order from the get-go to turn Gaza into a place that is not able to sustain human life, the order from the get-go in this battle between the sons of light and the sons of darkness, I repeat, I do not believe it requires a rocket scientist to figure out that from day one, which is to say 2 months
I get the point.
ago,
You've made the point.
Israel has been waging a
dare
war
you,
of
Piers.
genocide in Gaza.
You've made the
Thank
point.
you so much.
You've made the point. Come back to Professor
Why doesn't
Dershowitz.
Piers Morgan just have a podcast or like
Right?
something? Like he has he has literally the most sought after individuals on the planet to talk about politics and shit like that. And every now and then he has to be like, wait, we need to have a break. We must have a break. We need to have a break. I have to stop you right there. You can only talk for 20 minutes. And it's like, dog, like you are big enough that you can do this. Like millions of people will watch it if you just uploaded it on YouTube. Like, why are you doing this to me? Yeah, we're out of time.
Why are you blue balling me from fucking like Norm just crushing the Dersh? I know that they're both old and like probably not more than an hour after this they took a nap, right?
Like they drank warm milk.
Yeah.
They drank warm. Norm put on his sleeping hat. What are those things called? You know those like long Santa style.
Yeah, it's like a nightcap or whatever.
I imagine Norm Finkelstein wears those.
Yeah, he's in that same chair that he's always in on every other like Zoom call that like everybody has an interview with him with.
Morris Alex said oatmeal time, and I just imagine like the moment that this call hung up, Norm just goes, "All right, oatmeal time."
Fucking like you know,
like a bowl of oatmeal.
An hour later, he's this. Do you think he's like a honk shoe, or do you think he's a kind of old like grandpa sleeper? Shoo, shoo.
And then he has little like fits where he's like arguing with somebody, like dream fits, or he's like, "No, they're not human shields, you idiot, you blithering idiot."
Wrong again. Crocodile tears.
Crocodile tears. Oh God, that's so.
Here's
funny.
the problem. It seems to me. I've just listened to Norman Finkelstein at length, outlining that side of the argument. It's very hard when you look at what has actually been happening in Gaza in the last 2 weeks in particular, to avoid a conclusion that Israel doesn't really seem to care if it levels Gaza to the ground, as long as it can get rid of Hamas. My issue with that is, having defended their moral right to defend themselves as a country, is I don't think they're going to eliminate Hamas, and they're certainly not going to eliminate the ideology. And they're going to basically end up with a Gaza that's flattened, 2 million people displaced. Where are they going to live? Who's going to run Gaza? How does this actually play out other than catastrophically badly?
It will play out catastrophically badly because of what Hamas has done. We have to remember, first of all, you judge people by their actions, not by their words. The quotes from Professor Dinstein, who's been retired for probably 25 years, and Eland, and has nothing to do with the Israeli government, are individuals. Dinstein is 100% wrong. I'll give you an example. Is there no difference between Nazis putting Jews deliberately, 6 million of them, into gas chambers and other means of death, deliberately targeting them, and what the United States did at Hiroshima and Nagasaki? They may both be wrong, but there's an enormous difference between deliberately targeting civilians.
Dersh, what the fuck are you doing?
Like, this is the problem, right? You can tell when someone is like a foremost expert that has studied this, that is able to just like bring up extremely relevant quotations, citations, date, and then like this is kind of like a Vosh method, I would say. This is like a Vosh method of debate where it's like, I don't really have to know a lot about this because I'm just gonna like bring up some kind of like thing. It's like, well, you could say that, but what if we took the Holocaust and compared it to this? And it's like, you're not even saying anything specific to the point.
What if we took the rape of Nanking, compared it to the Armenian genocide?
Exactly. It's like, what the fuck are you talking
what
about?
The fuck? What are you doing? What comparison is that?
That's
what if?
Kind of my point. Yeah, I'm just saying, what if?
If what?
Such as the Nazis did during the Holocaust, and engaging in war actions which you know are going to inevitably cause death of civilians. So there's an enormous difference there. Then he talks about Amalek and Hamas. I know the Bible very well. And of course, Amalek was a group of people that sought to destroy Israel.
Well.
But when people refer to Amalek, they don't refer to the Palestinian people, they refer to Hamas, and Hamas is Amalek. Hamas.
They refer to the Irish. They refer to the indigenous. They refer to, you know, rebellious slaves.
Of Africa.
Like, dude, come the fuck on.
That's actually wild that you bring that up, that you locked that in from when we were reading liberalism, that like that exact phrase was being used against the natives and the Irish at that time in the slave.
Right. Like, fucking, you're just being intellectually dishonest, or you just don't know.
God, he's so frail.
Is the Nazi Party. Hamas are not heroic resistance people. They cut off the breasts of women and throw them around. They behead children. They put children and burn them to death. Yes, they should be destroyed. It's going to be very difficult. This is not going to have an easy solution. Israel may in the end not be able to completely destroy Hamas. I hope they can. I hope they can in the way that the United States and Germany destroyed Nazism and destroyed Imperial Japanese. And in the end, what happened is the Japanese and the Germans were great.
Did he just say the N-word happened? But besides,
I don't believe that's what he said.
Like, fucking, what the fuck is it? Yeah, it's kind of funny how like Norm is trying not to smile or smirk because he's just like, you're such a fucking idiot.
Fucking idiot.
Grateful for it. And then the United States and Great Britain helped rebuild Germany and Japan and turn them into great allies. That's my hope for Gaza. My hope for Gaza is that the people of Gaza will finally be rid of Hamas, that took over in a bloody coup, and that the United States and Europe can then rebuild it better than it was before, like a Marshall Plan, and hope that a democratically elected Palestinian people will then have a two-state solution.
Yeah, but
I've been in favor of a two-state solution since 1970.
But Alan, let me just jump in there. Only tonight, the Israeli ambassador to the UK made it abundantly clear, two-state solution is gone. Israel, I'll play you the clip. I'll play you the clip here.
Yeah, but he's wrong.
Is there still a chance for a two-state solution?
Yeah, but he's wrong. It's like, dude, you
Fuck that
clearly,
guy.
you clearly.
He doesn't even know who he's talking about.
That's what I'm saying.
Dirk doesn't even know who the fuck he's talking about.
That's what I'm saying. He's like, dude, are you even paying attention to anything that's going on regarding this? Like, why are you even weighing in?
It's about time for the world to realize the Oslo paradigm failed on the 7th of October, and we need to build a new one. And in order to build a new one...
Does that new one include the Palestinians living in a state of their own? Is that what it includes?
I think the biggest question is, what type of Palestinians are on the other side? This is what Israel realized on the 7th of October. The answer is absolutely no.
You see, when you hear that, this confirms. Yeah, but hang on, Alan. This confirms what many Palestinians have feared, that for 20 years or more, the Israeli government, and Netanyahu in particular, have had absolutely zero interest in any two-state solution. And so if that's
But let's remember that Israel offered a two-state...
Alan, it doesn't matter. She is literally... what the fuck is her title again?
She was the ambassador.
Right.
Israeli ambassador.
This is the Israeli ambassador telling you it's not gonna happen. And it doesn't matter how wrong morally she is or politically or whatever, right? They are literally not telegraphing it to you. They are bringing it to you in like Gooner VR, like full, like 3D immersive, like, you know, pools of blood and like meat, right? Like telling you there's no two-state solution that Israel is going to agree to.
Solution 1948, 1967, 1994, 2000, 2001, they came very close, 2001, 2005, 2007, the vast majority of Israeli people. Israel's a democracy, unlike Hamas. The Israeli people will vote for a two-state solution if the circumstances are right, if there is no Hamas, and if the Palestinian Authority will have elections, and if the people of the West Bank and Gaza, vote for
but
a
again,
peaceful Palestinian
I'm going to come back.
There will be a two-state
I'm going to come
solution.
back to Professor Finkelstein in 1 second. But again, today Netanyahu has said explicitly there can be no Hamas-run or Fatah-run Gaza after this. He said it today.
Yeah, but he's not going to be in power after
He's got
this.
no intention of either Hamas or Fatah running Gaza. So who is going to run it?
He thinks he wants to. He's not going to be in power.
Yeezy fan. Why can Hunter Biden sell art for 500K a piece and do 1.3 millimeter? No, that ain't right. I think you mean million in sales while smoking rock on video with sex workers. I wish I could
just have. Some people just have it. Is they have a different riz, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, we all, not everybody is blessed. Not everybody has the blessings of one
rich
Hunter.
daddy.
What is Hunter Biden's middle name?
I don't even know.
I feel like that's something that we should know. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's something that would be important for us to know about.
It's his. What? Wait, what the fuck? Hunter isn't even his first name. It's Michael. I mean, not Michael. It's Robert Hunter Biden. Right, whatever. Yeezy fan. The point is that, some of us are just.
It sounds like a skill issue, honestly.
Yeah, honestly.
It sounds like a skill issue, and maybe you should get good. And if you got good, maybe you could also smoke crack with prostitutes.
Sex workers. One day I aspire to be like him. We all do. We all aspire to film ourselves in fast sports cars, blasting fat blasts of rock.
Well endowed and naked.
Yeah.
Smoking cocaine.
Well endowed with a fucking unlicensed firearm, with two beautiful ladies by your side, just taking fat blasts of rock. All right.
And sell art for 500K each. You forgot that looks like a child did it. I don't know if you've looked at art in general, but you know what I mean. Ever since about Picasso, really, any child could really make art.
Yeah. So
it's not that you got that dog in him.
Some of us just got that dog, and some of us ain't.
Some don't. You know what I mean? Some people just ain't got that dog in them. And if you were. If you had a Sigma grind set, you too could sell art for a lot of money and get your dick sucked while smoking crack.
Guy was smoking crack, drinking claws in a deprivation tank. He's the goat.
Dude, why is Hunter Biden discourse the funniest thing in the world?
It is consistently the funniest thing. It's not even just one time. It's consistently.
Every time I bring it up, I'm almost crying right now.
Fucking every time Hunter Biden comes up, it's literally something that somebody was gonna put in Always Sunny or was gonna put in Arrested Development, but they were just nah, that's too much. That's too much.
Yeah.
Married his dead brother's wife too, and it's
God.
Holy shit, dude. Yeah, he's living the dream, man.
Chad.
Literally. Can't hate.
I hope he runs for president one day.
I honestly think he should now. I think he'd clinch it, dog. I also think that if the DNC, because they're too cowardice to have Hunter Biden come up on stage, right? Whip his dick out, propel his dick around.
I'm sorry, Liar Judas. By the way, the notion that modern art is bad is a purely right-wing notion. I maybe it's the whiteness in me just fighting aggressively to get out. I just love old paintings. I just really, really like old paintings.
I just like crack. And the lifestyle that Hunter Biden.
I got my Francis Bacon right here. That's more modern. That's post World War II, I believe. But over here, my raft of Medusa. I just got this. Has anybody noticed this? I got a new.
Oh shit! Yeah. You showed me that the other day. I'm glad you actually have it up now.
I got my raft of Medusa.
Nice.
Raft of Medusa is actually an anti-colonial painting about Senegal, French Senegal.
I know, Red Wizard. One day I'll get Pat to watch the Art of Seeing, and it'll also be my first time watching it, so don't worry. I've had plenty of friends tell me that I need to fucking read it and watch the documentary that's somewhat related to the book. But whatever. I mean, like, my point is I still think that Hunter Biden should propel his dick around, take a fat blast of rock, like, you know, on a stage, and dude, the polls are going to be flooded, okay? It's all going to be, like, Biden.
If you thought that you liked Trump, if America, if you thought that you loved Donald Trump, wait till you get a load of Hunter Biden.
Robert Hunter Biden. Okay?
RHB.
Here's a dynasty that, like, you know, has legs, all right?
The Bushes were fucking cool, man.
The Biden dynasty, all right, specifically has got 3 legs, all right?
Yeah.
So, anyways.
You guys are incorrigible. I know. Somehow we walk this line of, like, absolutely unhinged fucking commentary and then, like, trying to be actually serious political commentators. Like, I don't know how we walk this line and that you people fucking come in here and listen to us. I don't know how it's possible.
I'm Hunter of Clan McThief. Dude, everybody's a fucking thief in U.S. government. Yeah, you people. You French Canadians and Swedes and whatnot. Bush also have 3. Jeb was governor of Florida. What do you mean? I don't think the Bushes have 3 legs. That's what I'm talking about. I don't care about having 3 of something. I'm just talking about having 3 of
sweet dick.
Yeah, I'm talking about that feral razorback he's got fucking tied down every night, you know? Speaking of Bushes, I had forgotten until today that Jeb is an acronym and his real name is John. Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious? Yeah, exactly. Other Barry talking about a tripod. Easy fans, don't get me wrong. Try your best. I bet you 10K that you won't accept it. You pay me if you do.
Be a national security government, probably headed by people like Gantz, maybe Bennett. The people of Israel are going to decide, and the people of Israel get to make that decision, and they're going to decide on a 2-state solution. The one thing that's clear is with Gaza dominated by Hamas.
I want to go back real quick.
Like Gantz, maybe Bennett, the people of Israel are going to decide, and the people of Israel get to make that decision, and they're going to decide on a 2-state solution. The one thing that's clear is with God.
That's the face. That's the face I wanted right there. Yeah, it's gonna visit you tonight, chat. That's your sleep paralysis demon tonight.
Oh my god. The Dersh.
The Dersh.
On that note, I gotta go. Which for Atu.
The Dersh has been summoned.
Now, which one of you kids?
You want to hear about his flight logs?
Gaza dominated by Hamas. There cannot be a 2-state solution.
Let me go back to
but
Professor
without
Finkelstein.
Hamas, anything's possible.
Okay, I agree with that. I don't think Hamas can possibly be left in control. I just don't think that this mission is going to eradicate Hamas in the timescale which America is now clearly laying down for their support. Professor Finkelstein,
you may be right.
How do you see this playing out from here?
Okay, I would like to say a couple of things, if you don't mind. It's okay.
Yeah.
Number one, Professor Dershowitz attaches a lot of importance to what the people of Israel want. And so let's look at what the people of Israel want. According to the most recent polls, 60% of Israelis believe, Jewish Israelis, 60% of Jewish Israelis believe that Israel is not using sufficient force in Gaza. 60% believe that Israel should, or the government, should escalate the amount of force it should use in Gaza. Number two, it's the Israeli government, it's the Israeli people who democratically elected this ultra-right-wing government. It's not as if the claims are made that Hamas has been imposed on the people of Gaza. But there is no imposition in Israel. I quite agree with Professor Dershowitz, at least for Jewish Israelis, it's a democratic country. And they democratically elected the ultra-right-wing government. So I think those are two very good indications. I can't say they're very auspicious indications, but they are very good indications of what the Israeli people want. Number 3, I'm not now going to go into a long disquisition on the history of the so-called peace process. But I would ask your listeners, if they have the time, patience, and interest, to just Google what's called the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine. And that's a General Assembly resolution that comes up every single year for decades.
They need a little bit of assistance these days. So some app, I guess, fucked up, drained their account, which is very sad. You can go ahead and play it. I was just bringing awareness to the plight of a good friend, Liar Judas. I tried ordering pizza and got 0 money and 0 pizza. Jesus Christ. That sucks. Are you good, Johnny? Oh.
I didn't realize that I'm muted and I was talking that whole time. Sorry. So I Googled what Norm said to Google, and also, I'm sorry, Liar Judas. I was also saying, like, you know, stuff about, like, oh, I'm sorry, homie. Wish we could help you out with that. Stressing the urgency of achieving without delay an end to the Israeli occupation that began in 1967, affirming once again the right of all states in the region to live in peace within secure, internationally and recognized borders. So that's, I don't know. Here you go. Just wanted to bring that up because he said to Google it.
It calls for that 2-state settlement on the June 1967 border, and it calls for a peaceful settlement on the basis of international law. Now, if you look at the voting record every single year, it's the whole world, including the state of Palestine, on one side, supporting a 2-state settlement on the basis of international law, and on the other side, opposing it's the United States, Israel, and usually some South Pacific atolls like Tuvalu, Nauru, and Micronesia and the Marshall Islands.
And he was exactly right. He has never been more correct.
Written in stone. It can't be changed. And it makes very clear what is the obstacle to a settlement. The obstacle is Israel, backed by the United States, opposes a 2-state settlement on the basis of international law, the law that has been defined by the International Court of Justice, the legal arm of the United Nations. Now, I'm going to make one remark now which you will find perhaps controversial or unacceptable, Piers. However, I hope you'll allow me to say it, and then you can engage it, as you said, in a civil fashion. You say that the actions of Hamas have disqualified it from any participation in a peaceful settlement. Now, I am not going to make any brief for Hamas. It's for the people of Palestine to decide who should be their leaders, who should represent them. But I do have to ask you, Piers, and I respect you. So I'm asking you this as a matter of not rhetoric, but one intelligent person to another. I'm asking a simple question. If it's the case that the actions of Hamas on October 7th disqualify it from being party to a peaceful settlement. Roughly 1,200 people were killed, about 30 of them being children. Why is it not then also the case that the actions of the state of Israel since October 7th, the deliberate war of genocide against the people of Gaza, which has left about 15,000 people dead, not 1,200, 15,000, and has left dead not 30 children, but has left dead about 7,000 children. And as we speak now, 7,000 more children are threatened with death because of starvation. I ask you, as a logical proposition, why isn't the state of Israel disqualified from any final settlement of the question? And one last thing, because you ask, what do I believe? I will tell you what I believe. I believe, number one, immediately after the war comes to an end and the blockade of Gaza, that cruel, inhuman blockade of Gaza, that war crime in Gaza, that crime against humanity, the blockade of Gaza, it has to be lifted. But once there's a ceasefire and once that inhuman blockade of Gaza is lifted, once the walls of that concentration camp come tumbling down, then I see two steps. Step number one, there have to be war crimes prosecutions. I have no problem in saying on both sides, but there must be accountability. You cannot get away with executing a war of genocide in broad daylight and then continue. And number two, there has to be a settlement on the basis of international law. That is the only consensus basis for ending the conflict once and for all.
Okay.
I literally think that there isn't even anybody like involved in Hamas that like so long as like Israel is held to account, the walls come down, and that there is some marginal amount of sovereignty given back to the Palestinian people, that like even like, you know, the person that has committed the most heinous of things, right, in the name of like, you know, their defense of Palestine would probably be like, yeah, okay, here, go, let's go, come on.
Yeah.
Take me to court, please.
I want to just a very quick reply, please, Professor Dershowitz. I was going to end it there, but I want to give you a right of reply on that one point. You're a lawyer. This point about international law, when President Biden, the head of America, the biggest, strongest ally for Israel, comes out and says that the bombing has been indiscriminate, he's accusing Israel directly of committing war crimes. That is a war crime if it has indeed been indiscriminate. Is this war now at a stage where America may pull its support because they believe that Israel is breaching international law?
It's not. Today, 10 Israeli soldiers, including a commander, were killed in northern Gaza because Israel refused to bomb that site, which it could easily have done. Instead,
where were they killed? Where were the Israeli soldiers killed? Maybe you could remind me. Maybe I heard wrong.
You know what?
Where did they die?
In a what?
In a what now?
Including a commander, were killed in northern Gaza because Israel refused to bomb that site, which it could easily have done.
Like, dude, it's like, oh, dude, do you think you're some kind of like brilliant military strategist? Like, oh, you mean I could have just killed everything standing in that area and it wouldn't have been a battle anymore?
We could have flattened and murdered all of them, right? With bunker bombs, cluster munitions, and
like, everyone knows that. Everyone knows this already. Everyone knows that if you want to, you can just bomb something into desolation.
Right.
This is not new. This is not like.
We went over this like 2 years ago when Russia invaded Ukraine. All right. Yeah. Like if they really wanted to, they could just like just flatten like entire cities, right? Leave it so that there is nothing, you know. I want to press the button. It's BB, you know, wanting to press it. I want to press the button. But yeah, no, I just I hate him.
Instead, it's sent in brave 18, 19, 20-year-old. Some of them.
Also, do you hear a leaf blower in the background whenever he comes up? I'm sorry.
Where are you,
the entire time, right, that his audio comes through clearly in my ear, I hear a leaf blower in the background. I hear or like a vacuum or something. Like, I don't know if he's like in like after hours in like an office or something. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I swear to God, I hear, either some kind of landscaping or somebody's vacuuming.
Four Seasons landscaping. Do you know what Four Seasons landscaping is, Johnny?
I don't think so. Wait, no, that's the place where Giuliani had the thing, and
it's in Philly.
Yeah,
it's in Philly. It's a landscaping thing in Philly.
That was in Philly? Did you go?
No.
Dude, I'm sorry, but if I lived in Philly when like that was happening, I would like immediately hop in my car.
I don't even know if it even actually happened.
What, the press conference at the Four Seasons
they had a press
landscaping?
conference at the fucking landscaping.
No, they did. There's video
Are you
of it.
sure?
Yes. Dude, I'll pull it up after this.
Okay, fair.
Instead, it's sent in brave 18, 19, 20-year-old, some of them considered children under the Hamas definition of anybody under 19, and they were all killed because Israel made a decision not to bomb indiscriminately. It has never bombed indiscriminately. It has always bombed as part of a process.
Saying that it is?
Because he usually, very often, carelessly uses words. I'm a supporter of Joe Biden, but he's wrong. It's not indiscriminate. It's very, very discriminate. In terms of international law...
real quick. He is saying this right after it has been confirmed that Israel is using an AI-generated targeting system so that it can develop more targets than a human brain could. Well, I mean, you're telling me that that's very deliberate.
He literally didn't even know what they were talking about when they were bringing up the ambassador. So, like, you know, Dersh ain't on the ball here.
Dersh is having a tough time.
Dersh probably hasn't read anything, you know, regarding any of this in like over 10 years beyond like what just plays across the news for him in the morning, you know, while like Norm just psychologically consumes like entire libraries worth of material regarding this.
Finkelstein is just dead wrong. I helped draft 242, the UN resolution. I was working with Arthur Goldberg in 1967, and that talked about territorial adjustments. Israel has the right to make some territorial adjustments.
Is Palestine?
They shouldn't have had occupation of civilians, but going back to the 67 borders is an invitation to suicide. And you know when the blockade of Gaza will end? The day that Hamas is no longer in control, and the day when rockets no longer attack Israeli civilians, that's the day the blockade will end. The blockade is a good thing designed to prevent Hamas from firing rockets, using tunnels, and doing a repetition of what happened on October 2nd.
I do not agree that the blockade is a good thing. I do think that the occupation of Gaza for many decades has been a terrible thing. The plight of the Palestinians has been horrific. None of that justifies October the 7th, which is one of the worst terror attacks of modern times. But I'm grateful to both of you for agreeing to come together and having a civilized debate about this. We've got to do more talking. This will only get resolved in the end by people talking and reaching a resolution. So thank you, both of you.
Thank you
very much
indeed.
indeed.
You made it civilized by your... Thank you.
Norm just right at the end. Go fuck yourself, Dersh.
Yeah. But like, I don't even know. Can you go to the comments real quick? Can I just see? I want to see what is the vibe of the YouTube community saying about this.
Miracle of God that Piers has let his guests speak for more than 20 seconds without interruption. That's like the most amount of replies. Thank you, Dr. Finkelstein, for spreading the truth and standing up for what's right. Alan, shame on you. Words can express how much I respect Norman Finkelstein. decided to follow the saying atrocities done to you do not justify atrocities done by you. Ooh, that's a good one.
Got him.
In other words, just because you suffered the Holocaust just doesn't give you the right to commit a Holocaust in Palestine. Much respect for him. This was a breath of fresh air. Now imagine Piers Morgan can make every interview like this, having the guests talk and get their points out without constant interruptions. These are all pro Finkelstein. There's like...
It makes sense.
Yeah, there's like... I don't see that many... I actually haven't seen any that say that...
Dersh, man... You let us down. I thought this was going to be a little bit more momentous because this is a debate that's been in the making for like 10 years. I think they debated like in like the 2005, 2006 time, but you know.
Piers really brought Dershowitz, Epstein's friend and lawyer.
Liar Judas just said, did we just bore the trolls away? That's awesome. Or maybe they're captivated. Yeah, we take an interesting approach to the trolls. We outsmart them and we don't just ban them right off the bat. We use them as a little bit of like a chew toy for a second, and sometimes it just lulls them to sleep into a state of passivity.
Yeah, I mean, like, and every time they try to like debate Pat just kind of rubs them in their nose in their own piss like a fucking dog being trained and like, you know, a long time ago. You know, people don't do that anymore to dogs, but that's how I think Pat trains the trolls to either like be silent or raise good points.
Yeah.
They would claim the election was actually stolen.
Clown show.
You know,
oh my God.
This for months. And of course, that's exactly what they are doing. But the way they've been doing it is even more perfectly in line with their MO than anything you could have conceived or dreamed of.
Yeah.
This is the defiant photo tweeted yesterday by the Trump campaign communications director showing headquarters plastered with old copies of an old Washington Times front page declaring President Gore as, quote, a reminder the media doesn't select the president. Now, they probably should have known this was a fake by the different fonts in that headline, or the sidebar story about George W. Bush avenging his father, or, and this is really my favorite, the photo of Al Gore being sworn in on the day after the election. Doesn't really work that way. And of course, there was this incident on Saturday morning. You may have heard about it. The election had not yet been called.
Volume
The president
15%.
tweeted, lawyers press conference at Four Seasons, Philadelphia, 11 a.m. A few minutes later, he followed that up with a clarification. Four Seasons landscaping. 2 minutes after that, he deleted the first tweet and started over, quote, big press conference today in Philadelphia at Four Seasons, total landscaping. Oh, that Four Seasons, of course. He means Four Seasons Total Landscaping, located just down the block from Fantasy Island Adult Books and Video Store and across the street from the Delaware Valley Cremation Center.
Dude, I told you.
Now, there is, of course, a mystery that hangs over all this, which is how the press conference came to be held at Four Seasons Total Landscaping in the first place. One could imagine a situation where the president or one of his advisors barked at an aide to book the Four Seasons, only to have that person call up the wrong Four Seasons in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
New York Times reports the mistake was not actually in the booking, but in a garbled game of telephone on the other end. Rudy Giuliani and Trump campaign advisor Corey Lewandowski told the president on Saturday morning their intended location for the news conference, and he misunderstood, assuming it was an upscale hotel, according to multiple people familiar with the matter.
Right.
So reporters from all over the world showed up the Four Seasons Total Landscaping right off Route 95 for a press conference with the president's legal team. As they set up in the parking lot, the major news networks called Pennsylvania.
This is the loading dock. This is where they, you know, like load up and unload like the fucking equipment. Because that's the garage door where all the posters are.
Put a bunch of Trump signs on that door, please.
Yeah.
And the presidency for Joe Biden. Some of the journalists started to leave.
Landscaper.
Just when the president's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, showed up. He recited a few unsubstantiated claims about dead people voting in Philadelphia in front of a garbage door covered in Trump posters. You almost couldn't tell he was at the Four Seasons Total Landscaping, except for the big yellow reel of hose off to the side. I mean, at one level, all this stuff is hilarious. But at another, there's a reason the president's casinos went bankrupt and he's overseeing one of the worst coronavirus responses in the industrialized world.
I mean, like, you know,
MSNBC is dunking right now.
Yeah. Well, that last part just kind of was like mid. But like the thing is, right, if I lived in Philly and that was happening, I don't care what I'm doing. I'm risking it for the biscuit to get there. I need to fucking be there, right? To film this on my phone, just to be like, yeah, I was there, dude. That was fucking awesome. That was.
Yeah, I definitely missed that opportunity for sure.
It's an American like nugget of history happening.
I don't know if I heard about it until after it was already happening. Like I don't think I got the preemptive update. It's about that happening. John, are you off at 10 tonight?
Yeah, no, I gotta wake up early tomorrow for work.
What should we do for the next 45 minutes?
I don't know. Let's see here.
See if I got anything.
Got
any suggestions? What's going on in the world that you need us to know about?
I mean, at some point, is the Guyana, like, Venezuela thing going to pop off or what? Like, are we going to start seeing, like, war footage anytime soon?
This isn't what the people want.
It's not. It's just not what they want.
Oh, man. There's been negotiations. That's good.
Oh, did you hear about the bill that Rand Paul tried to, submit to get the troops out of Syria?
No.
Yeah, it was voted down, like, except for, like, 14 people. Like, 80 something.
Most Americans don't even know that we have troops in Syria right now, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, Giannis Varoufakis, Gaza is a genocide in plain sight. That's Owen Jones.
Yeah, Giannis has been real good on this situation, by the way.
Well, that's good. I mean, I would hope, he's going to be good on this.
You would expect. Giannis is a smart guy. He's good on most things.
I forget. Is Novara Media bad?
Novara Media?
Yeah.
I don't fucking know, dude.
Fucking. I don't know. Should we just like risk it and just play this video that she wasn't supposed to say that, and it's talking about the ambassador, what she said? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Israel's Western backers like to pretend
that was saying there's no two-state solution.
Yeah. Let's see what this dude. I don't know who the fuck this guy is.
Marcus was just watching this guy.
Okay. All right. So if Marcus is watching it, that's good enough for me.
Is a liberal state that wants peace in the Middle East. Unfortunately for them, Israel's ambassador to the UK has been more honest. Here's Sipi Hotoveli speaking to Sky News.
This is the same shit that we watched.
Yeah.
I think it's about time for the world to realize the Oslo paradigm failed on the 7th of October, and we need to build a new one. And in order to build a new one...
Does that new one include the Palestinians living in a state of their own? Is that what it includes?
I think the biggest question is, what type of Palestinians are on the other side? This is what Israel realized on the 7th of October. The answer is absolutely no, and I'll tell you why.
Well, then
because
how can there be peace? How can there be peace in
the reason there is no peace
Israel
is because the Palestinians...
without offering a state to Palestine, how can there be peace in Israel?
Israel knows today, and the world should know now, the reason the Oslo Accords failed is because the Palestinians never wanted to have a state next to Israel. They want to have a state from the river to the sea.
So the two-state solution is dead.
Why are you obsessed with a formula that never worked, that created these radical people in the other side? Why are you obsessed with that?
Now, what wasn't surprising in that video is that Sipi Hotoveli doesn't want a two-state solution. She is an ambassador for a government which doesn't want a two-state solution. Netanyahu is very open about this. Likud has never wanted a two-state solution. What they want is a greater Israel from the river to the sea, and then the Palestinians will either have to live under some apartheid system, or they will successfully manage to clear them out, which is ultimately their sort of ideal scenario. What was surprising there, though, was that it was said in English to an international audience. Now, I think Sipi Hotoveli, seems to be a terrible ambassador. Mark Regev was the former Israeli ambassador to the UK, and he was very good at avoiding the question. If he'd been asked that, he would have said something along the lines of, look, now is not the time to talk about end states. Now is the time where we have to defeat this terrorist organization, and I'm not going to talk about political solutions. We're in the middle of a war, right? In fact, I've heard him say that over the past few weeks whenever he's asked this question. Sipi Hotoveli just says, absolutely not. There shall be no two-state solution. And as I say, that's not a surprise, because that's what these Israeli politicians have been saying for decades now. That's what Netanyahu has been saying for decades. But they don't say it to international audiences because we have a government that likes to pretend that the Israeli government is something that it's not. You know, Joe Biden, Rishi Sunak, they all say we're going to fund Israel to fight this war and we're backing a two-state solution. Now, it's very awkward for them if the Israeli government come out and say in English to Western audience, we don't want a two-state solution. What the hell are you talking about? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Right? Which for me means she's, you know, I'm thankful to Sipi Hotovely for sort of saying what we all knew, what we've all known for a long time, which is said in English.
You want something fun for like the last 30 minutes?
Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, throw me something.
I don't know. I don't have anything just yet. I'm just saying this is kind of. We were just talking about all this shit.
This is all kind of mid, and like this dude's probably pretty whack.
Liar Judas. I mean, I got radicalized in part by Kyle Kulinski. Let me tell you, Kyle Kulinski's coverage of the situation in Gaza has been incredible. Has been great this time around. His stuff that he's been doing, I think, has been very, very good. I'm on the Kulinski train right now.
He's very pro Kulinski.
Okay, let's see. Isn't there just like a fun something that I can laugh at a little bit?
Something fun that you can laugh at?
Yeah.
Sir, do you understand what's happening right now? What happened to my fucking... There we go. Okay.
Is David around? I mean, vaguely.
Yeah, David, you were supposed to hop in here for the pop quiz. You never did. But he helped open my eyes on Palestine, and I was already on board. I thought you were being facetious, Pat. I haven't got it. We can always see what Chris Hedges has to say. No, I'm just kidding.
It doesn't have to be about Israel-Palestine.
Okay, it doesn't have to be. All right, I get it. It's like all the YouTube algo is throwing at me right now.
It knows I want one thing.
I want one thing, and it's deeply upsetting for everybody.
I would like to hurt more, please. Oh, you want to watch a travel video? Oh, here we go. Okay, hold on.
Wait, Sankara Incarnate, will this be different? Dude, all right. What?
This is what we should watch.
Okay, there's a home team history video about the new guy from Burkina Faso.
No, hold on.
Okay, fine.
This is what we're going to watch. I'm sending it to you now.
I mean, we both have probably radically different ideas about oh, this is fun compared to what other people think. I think this is great. I can't wait.
Do you think this is fun?
I think this is fun. All right, we're gonna start from the beginning. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, sick, awesome. All right, you're just all gonna have to figure out what this is about from context clues. Okay.
By the way, just tell everyone how old this video is.
It's from 2 weeks ago.
Huh? Assalamu alaikum, brother.
How are you?
Hello, my friend. Hello. England? Right, let me come out. All right, let's get the Talibs on camera. All right. Say hello to them. Assalamu alaikum. No, the camera's facing towards me. Look, towards me. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Assalamu alaikum.
Nice to meet you. Huh? No, I'm filming myself.
Okay, I'll switch
off. No problem. That's what I told you. So whenever I come, you pick towards
this
me.
Is Taliban-controlled
Afghanistan,
okay? By the way, 2 weeks ago.
Right, guys. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna carry on walking.
It honestly makes me want to go there.
Dude, let's go.
Carry on walking around. And we just got stopped by a bunch of Talibs, so we're gonna go.
I also want to reach out to this dude and be like, yo, will you do like an interview with me or something? Like, I have so many questions about your time in Afghanistan. Please, can you give me like an hour of your time?
Allah Hafiz. Bye-bye. So what we're gonna do?
He's in Kabul. He's in Afghanistan. Taliban-controlled
Carry on
Afghanistan.
going towards over here, and I'm going to show you guys what it's like. I came here last time. I'm going to show you where I came here last time. We're going to go to the Blue Mosque over here in Kabul. Very interesting. Look at all this part over here. This is the other area of Kabul where people steal electricity. A lot of foreigners, some foreigners come here, some foreigners don't come here. But last time I came here, I was up here with Emma. If you watch my previous video, we walked all the way up here. We was in someone's house. Yeah, this house. That was the house. Oh, this was the house. This? Yes. Oh, can we stop?
Yeah.
For 1 minute, I want to see if it's the same family. It's okay?
Yeah, we can.
Oh, guys, if you watch my previous video, I want to go say hello to the family that actually hosted me. I remember the house. Alright. Assalamu alaikum. So I came here. We're gonna go up this way. This is the house. Up here, just for 1 minute. Just this one over here. So I came here last time. Yeah, come on. I came here last time to say hello to the people. It was literally 1 year ago. And I want to see, Assalamu alaikum, hello. And I want to see if it's the same people that I saw last time when I came here. Just to say hello. Hopefully they're going to remember me. Let's see what happens. Let's go all the way up. Assalamu alaikum. Hello, my friend. Hello. Assalamu alaikum. So, let me see.
Dude, I want to
if
visit
they remember
now.
me.
Yeah.
Or if they don't remember me. See what happens. Let's walk.
My dad would probably have another heart attack if I told him. Yeah, no.
My mom would not be psyched.
This view. Assalamu alaikum. Azan is on.
The dude comment was about ads on back now.
I came last time.
Somebody out of their kindness of their heart would be able to support our good friend Liar Judas to free them from the bondage of ads.
I want to see. How are you?
Thank you.
I came here last time. Your brother is here? Big brother.
Bro, look at that fit.
I know.
Hi,
Dude is
here?
killing it.
Big brother's here? Oh, they've gone. Okay, bye-bye. Tell them I came here. I came here last year. Hi, Lefties. Guys, go. Hello. Bye-bye.
I don't know if you saw it when you pulled up to that checkpoint. The Taliban guys were trying to take a picture with him. They were like, "Can we get a picture with you?"
Let's go. Bye-bye. Woo. Oh man, I'm upset. Thought I was gonna see the same family that I saw almost after 1 year, but I didn't see them. Oh, it's damn. Anyway, next time. Let's carry on, let's get in the car. Let's go to the Blue Masjid. Maybe we're gonna play Salah. Maybe we're gonna play some Salah. And then we're gonna explore this part of Kabul. Vamos. So guys, couldn't film inside the mosque. They actually took our cameras. It was restricted to film inside. But hopefully I'm gonna go somewhere interesting where I went last time to film. I don't know, I'm not gonna say right now, but let me get there first and hopefully it's gonna be busy, it's gonna be packed. And we're gonna get some interesting people on camera. It's about to go sunset. The sun's about to go down in a couple hours, maybe like 1 hour minimum. So, let me get to my destination. Assalamu alaikum. Hello. Thank you. Bye-bye. Let me get to my destination, and I'm going to start filming over there, and hopefully, like I said to you, we'll get some interesting characters on camera. If not, then I apologise. I tried my best to show you guys something that's going to be unique. So as we're driving, you got traffic police over here. Up to no good. Just chilling. Assalamu alaikum. Hello, my friend.
How are you?
I'm very good. How are you?
Are you fine?
Very fine. Hello.
Nice.
Hello, my friend.
Like, pause it real quick.
Nice to meet you.
I'm not someone who supports the Taliban. All right, I'm just gonna put that in front.
Of course.
I'm just gonna put that in the front as a preface to everything. But I'm just saying the way that I have been told, just the kind of media atmosphere that surrounds Afghanistan, I would not have expected it to be quite like this.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect anything really. I didn't really go into it thinking like, oh, is he gonna have like some issues? I actually think like, would it be as friendly if he was white?
Maybe less friendly.
Honestly, yeah.
Like, it might be less friendly if he was white. If he was white, they might be like, man, what? There might be a lot of fucking anti-white racism, or however you want to refer to it, anti-white prejudice, because of the whole 20-year occupation and murder and bombing and the decades of colonialism from the British and things like that. I doubt a black person has. They barely ever even seen a black guy before. You know, in
other than the ones that were in uniform, right? You know, like I wonder what is like, you know, the African diaspora like in Afghanistan, or what is it to be in black African diaspora in
right. So they might just be like, yo, what's up?
It was good.
Go through. Welcome to Afghanistan. She even said hello to me. Wow. Philistine? Philistine flag. Philistine!
People are now putting on
Palestine?
You got
Yo.
Philistine flag going on there. I was very surprised. The lady just actually said hello to me.
I mean, like, you know how like Hamas has like all those like fancy ARs and shit?
Yeah, the fancy ones.
Yeah, you know where they got them from, right?
From Afghanistan? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah, the Taliban literally was like, hey, here you go.
Were they like old American ones that got left there?
Yes,
They find like a bunch of American weapon stockpiles, and they're like,
allegedly that is what has been reported, is that like the Hamas was able to get like those like ARs and like all the fancy gear.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them over here. You can just have them.
Yeah, we're not really doing anything. We're just kind of floating around in the lake.
Yeah, they're all gone now, so we don't. You know, you guys can just take them. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, we got like that. What is it, Daesh Khorasan?
How are things?
Not great.
Damn. Yeah. Yeah, but that's sick that he just saw that Palestinian flag and he was so hyped on it.
Yeah, I would be too, man.
Anyway, vamos.
After this, I'm gonna end the video.
US 32, they pulled the Afghan helicopters and sold
Oh,
them to range.
look, here's the thing. When everybody was fleeing Afghanistan, there was dudes that were literally just taking like helicopters, planes, whatever, and just going into neighboring countries. Just like literally booking it into other countries with the aircraft, and we're just like, I'm out. Like literally just abandoning them. Yeah, they would just abandon them at like the nearest airfield in any neighboring country. I'm not even fucking around.
I don't know why that's so funny. Just like the reckless abandon of it, like a helicopter. Just like, all right, done with that.
Okay, do you know how to fly this? I don't know. We're going to find out.
Like in Grand Theft Auto, you're just like, done with that helicopter. Like, fucking, I got where I needed to be. Done with that thing.
That was crazy, right?
Yeah, wow, what the fuck?
After 1 year, I come back here, mate. Oh, look, here we go. The party's going to start. Guys, get ready. The party's going to start over here, man. Of course you can.
Yeah, just put the camera inside. When we go inside and take it out. Okay, you guys do. I'll park.
All right, guys, look, I'm here in the flagpole. Yes, yes, yes. Everything very good in Afghanistan. Everyone's here, checking our documentations.
People are so
It's been
excited.
1 year.
One photo, no problem.
No problem, no problem. Come. Picture.
We will have talk to you.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
That's good, good. Hey,
What are you doing? You want a picture? Okay.
Can they tell he's English from the accent? I'm not sure. Because pause it real quick. And I'm not sure, like imposing anything on anyone else, but I'm just imagining like I would not be able to, like when I went to South America, for example, I can't really hear the difference between like a Peruvian or a Costa Rican. Cuba a little bit. Cuba actually has a pretty distinct kind of Spanish, but like I personally, and it's not because of anything else, it's just because my ear is not attuned to that type of to that way of speaking. So I mean, it might be hard for most people in Afghanistan that don't speak English to differentiate between the two.
Let me just put it to you this way, right?
Yeah.
While that region of the world, right, is very multilingual, right? Like my friend who passed away, he was born in Afghanistan. He was born in
Well,
Kabul.
they probably understand Russian and Chinese better than they would understand fucking English.
Russian,
right?
Chinese, what is it? Pushto, it's basically Persian, right? Like Chinese, you name it. They both spoke like nearly a dozen languages, right? Each, like conversationally at least. But for us, right, would we be able to tell the difference between like a Levantine Arabic accent and like a North African like Arabic accent?
Exactly. Yeah, like
probably not, So for them, it's just like depending on how familiar they are with English, right? Are they going to be able to tell the difference between like an English accent and an American accent?
They're like, "Oh, are you from Boston?"
Well, they are odd, but I feel like now I understand particular types of straight off the bat and hence unamusing.
Thank you. No, right, let's go. It's been almost 1 year. The last time I came here was 1 year ago.
We will have some conversation with you.
Okay, what conversation do you want with me? I don't know. Say hello. A photo.
Look at how happy all these people are that this dude's here.
So it's
Like,
been
it's like
1
such
year
a
since
big
I've
thing.
came
They're like,
over
holy
here.
shit.
Hey, brother.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Photo.
Picture, please.
Picture?
Yeah.
Thank you. Right, it's been 1 year.
Can I take a picture? Kayak photo.
Okay, photo.
One photo. How are you, mister?
I'm very good. How are you?
Where are you from, bro?
England,
You're
London.
asking the question that is your second time that you
It's my second time over here in Afghanistan.
Yes.
Yes.
Says?
Okay, thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go. So it's my second time coming over here. Well, my third time coming to this flagpole, but it's my second time when I actually met a lot of people. So I'm going to show you guys what it's like to come over
Why
here.
you have taken decision again?
Why? Because Afghanistan is peaceful and I've come to explore.
It is peaceful, but very quick time that you have.
I'm okay, brother. Huh?
That early that you have taken a new decision that you come again to Afghanistan.
Yeah, I want to show people Afghanistan is okay. That's why I came here, my friend.
Yeah, it's really important that you will have to send or deliver our messages that Afghanistan right now is a peaceful country. Right?
Yes, that's the most important thing.
Of course.
Yes.
This guy speaks good English.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, let's go. I go with my tour guide. Right, let's go. Let's explore. Let's see the biggest Taliban flag. No, the biggest Afghanistani flag over here. The biggest
Dude, there is a parade of people following him right now. There's people just walking with him as far as the eye can see, just like following.
Beautiful. How many years has this flag? Or how long did it take for them to build it?
Like 5 years back.
Also, here's the other thing. I think a lot of people in the United States don't realize how green Afghanistan is.
Yeah.
Also, I think they think of it as like a desert.
Lot of
like a Saudi Arabian style.
Yeah, a lot of pine trees, just like a lot of like temperate
a
sort
lot
of
grass,
yeah,
pine trees and shit. Yeah.
yeah. Like I'm
Like I said, Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that, like, you know, look, back in the 80s, like, you know, my friend's parents, his dad had like a fucking New York style pizzeria in Kabul.
Yeah,
like,
I think you told me about that.
They had disco movies and everything else, you know, like.
It's fucking sad what fucking Afghanistan had to go through.
Yeah.
It makes me
Best
upset.
time to come here basically is Friday, or is it every single day?
It's like Thursday and Friday.
Thursday and Friday.
Yeah.
Thursday
Can you
and
throw the
Friday
link
is the
up in
best
chat?
time
Yeah.
to come over here if you want to meet some of the local Afghans, or if you just want to have a different experience. Assalamu alaikum, hello. You alright?
Have you learned any Pashto language?
Pashto? No, I just know Manana. I just know Manana and Tashakuli, that's all I know.
Tashakuli. Like a thank you.
Hello, my friend. Huh? I go this way. I don't know what is he saying?
Where are you going?
Oh, where am I going? I'm exploring. Wow, mashallah, look how beautiful that is. This is brand new. Yeah, this is Aqsa sign. This is brand new.
Yeah, it's new.
This was not here before.
Yeah, you just built it now.
Wow. Wow. Mashallah, look how beautiful that is. How many years is this?
Just like last year they started working and
Built that in a year?
Okay. Wow.
Christ.
It's like I'm in Philistine right now. It's like I'm in Palestine.
You could probably do that when you invented geometry. You know what I mean? when your civilization invented algebra.
Oh, that old thing? We've been doing these for a while, man.
Wow. It's like we're in Al-Aqsa Masjid. In Philistine. Over here.
And how about your hairstyle that you make, brother?
Oh, this is an African traditional hairstyle, my friend. It's an African traditional hairstyle. And look at this. Look at that. Wow. Absolutely amazing. It's crazy. Hello, assalamu alaikum. Hello, assalamu alaikum. Look at this.
Ask the question that we will have a photo with you.
Okay, no problem.
I think, like, considering this is his third time, I think any sort of.
He's been in Afghanistan multiple times for like pretty extended period. I think he's like pretty psyched on Afghanistan. And he's been to literal this flag before too.
Yeah.
So I think he's pretty psyched. I don't think he's too bummed out, too worried about it at this point.
Yeah.
Wow, look how many people.
Like, I doubt he does either, you know?
Crazy.
Yeah.
Photo, okay.
Vika said that this is how Pat was in India, and she's not completely wrong. Like, there were times where it was kind of like this.
Wow. Hello. Hello. Oh, good job. Crazy. Welcome to Afghanistan, huh? Afghanistan Zindabad. Afghanistan Zindabad. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Please, brother, what do you say about the peaceful country right now, Afghanistan?
Yeah, I should have some footage out on that too. Now, I'm really gonna get that footage together and make like a new YouTube video with all that. So everybody stick around. You'll see some of that footage of me in Kerala, where similar things are happening to me like this.
Of course. And just to experience the hospitality. Yeah. Afghanistan is peaceful.
So is it your second time that
it's
you
my
come
second
to
time in Afghanistan, and I want more people to come, inshallah, to Afghanistan.
So what do you want for a third time? Would you like to come again?
Hopefully, inshallah, the third time, and maybe a fourth time, and the fifth time.
Yeah, and how about your friends? Would you like to come there?
My friends will come. One of my friends is here. There's a Bengali guy from here.
Yeah, a beer mate?
Yeah. Thank you. Let's go there.
Okay, great. Wax. Awesome. We'll definitely get right to work on that. Supposed to be working on it tomorrow.
Man, literally got like a crowd of people around.
Yeah.
Oh, cool, baby. Absolutely insane, huh? How do you feel? You're meant to be here. You're meant to be with the brothers. Look at all the brothers here.
Yeah. I know, I see that. Oh my days.
This is crazy. Okay, one picture. Let's have
Nice. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Your name? Amir. Nice to meet you. Okay.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would be surprised that everyone there has a smartphone.
Wow. This is insane, guys, huh? Okay, does anyone here speak English? Yeah. You speak English?
we can speak
Okay, you come. I want to ask you a question, yeah? What is your message for people to come to Afghanistan? What do you want to say to people for
I will
Afghanistan?
say to the people of all around the world that came to Afghanistan, here is very peaceful in Afghanistan. The image of Taliban that they showed to the world, it's very wrong. It's a wrong message. So Afghanistan is very peaceful. So my message is to the world that come here and enjoy your tour, enjoy your journey.
Okay.
So thanks. It's very peaceful.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Does anyone else speak English? No? English?
It's the one guy.
Who? Him? Him? English? English? English. Okay. What is your message for people who want to come to Afghanistan? What do you want to say?
Yeah, my message for all the foreign people that they have to come to Afghanistan. As the brothers say that the message or the image of the Taliban, that the people negatively transferred, that all of the behaviors of the people, have you seen the behavior of the people, let's say like the hospitality and the entertainment of the guys that you have seen. All of us are happy about to come to all of the guys here to Afghanistan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You see? Great hospitality over here. Allah Hafiz. Thank you. Oh, picture? Okay. Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Nice to meet you. Video or picture?
Picture.
Oh, picture.
Picture.
Picture. Wow. Hello.
Okay, I have a new goal in life. Get a valid passport and visit Afghanistan.
Should we eat some pomegranate? Eat some pomegranate?
I wish everybody in the crowd just unanimously were like, yeah. Should we eat some pomegranate?
Yeah!
Fuck yeah.
Okay. One more picture. This is insane. Okay, we drink tea.
Fuck yeah, we could drink tea.
Liar Judas, I've just been basically working my way through the alphabet, like slowly as all hell.
Okay, there you go. Yep.
I've learned marhaba and you know, what is it?
We'll go this way. Wow.
Al-Khair.
Hello, assalamu alaikum. Cool, blimey. You see how many people are there?
Subhan Al-Khair.
You see how many? Wow. It's the second time I've been here. What do you want to say?
I'll just say those who are scared of these people and what they hear on media, you are seeing the situation on ground. They are just welcoming everyone. They love the tourists coming here, so you can visit, you can have a good time here, no problem, no issues here. These are humans standing here. There's nothing wrong in here. So whatever the Western media do the propaganda, it's not like this. I'm telling to each and everyone that you are seeing these people, these are human, they are behaving very good with each and everyone.
And I want to ask you a question. These people now, you're starting to see many foreigners are coming here. So foreigners are coming to Afghanistan because now Afghanistan is peaceful. As long as there's peace in Afghanistan, inshallah, more foreigners will come here. And they will start to understand the Afghani culture and the history. Thank you.
Afghanistan will conquer the world, inshallah. One day.
Inshallah.
Yeah, that's a good
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Okay, Baba, take care. Thank you. Right. Should we get some tea? I want to get some tea, I think. Or... Hello. All right, let me... This is crazy, man. Wow. We get some tea, we sit down. Where's he going? Huh? Okay, picture. You have your phone? England, you have your phone?
My friend has one message for about Palestinian foreign country. Please interview with him.
In the name of Allah, I want to share my idea in our all country, Muslim country. They want to help in our Muslim in who is the Palestine. You know, in the Palestine is very young is very hard, difficult, and but unfortunately, Palestine is one country, not another Muslim country like Arabic country. They don't help for Palestine. I want to all Muslim country to help the Palestine. Because you know the Palestine is there are one masjid. Masjid name is Al-Aqsa, Masjid Al-Aqsa. Like them.
That's what it is. I was trying to remember it, but yeah, my friend that passed away, like he predominantly spoke Dari. Like,
this is your Egyptian friend?
Yeah. He spoke Dari to his mom and his dad. Like he was technically Persian. But yeah, he was like born in Kabul. His family came here when he was 5, so like I think like 1995 is when they came here.
Nice.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah, there was a couple things going on at that time.
This is the one. This is the first Kaaba of all Muslims in the world. In this area, you know, in the conquer in the non-Muslim people.
He just want to say that there are two choices for Israel. They have to leave the Palestine or we will take the Palestine. There's no other way. They will leave the Palestine, inshallah.
Inshallah. And brother, inshallah, Palestine will be free.
Inshallah, it will
But
be
the most important thing, they need to stop killing people.
We
You understand?
will free the Palestine with our, power,
Inshallah.
not with their help. We don't need any help for the rest of the world.
Inshallah.
We have our power. Inshallah, we will take it.
Brother, thank you for your message, okay? Thank you for your message. I appreciate it. Thank you.
He's like, I don't think that's what I was trying to say.
All
around the world so they can see.
Okay.
Thank you. Brother.
Thank you, really.
Okay. Cool, blimey. All right. One more picture. Film on your phone.
And it's like, who can blame that dude for even having, you know, that position, which I'm sure, right, you know, wasn't very like nuanced, right? And I'm sure a lot of people would be like, well, what the fuck does that mean? These are people that experienced like constant bombardment, occupation, you know, fucking lack of sovereignty, lack of, you know, a government that they could rely on to provide for them or to even represent them, right? In any real meaningful capacity, right? And I'm sure that, like, you know, for a lot of them, witnessing like what's happening in Palestine is that, yeah, like strikes a chord for them. And, you know, that chord is of solidarity, even if, like, politically, I'm sure the vast majority of us very much disagree with their politics. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, bye-bye. All right, let's go. Where's your son?
They want to speak with the video.
Okay.
Hey, brother.
Oh, he's got the nice coat.
You want to speak? Okay, Baba. What do you want to say?
Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to welcome you to Afghanistan. Most welcome to Afghanistan. So people are very much happy for you, and they are also welcoming, enjoying your presence here.
This man's the mayor. This is the sharpest guy, like sharpest dressed man, like in that area. All right, he's known for this.
So we are also happy to see you here. You are a foreign person. Thank you. And now you have a tourist here in Afghanistan. So we are very much happy to you and welcome to you. Nice to see you here. It is Wazir Akbar Khan Tapa Hill. So it is a public place for Afghanistan, national place actually, a national park for Afghanistan, tourists where people are enjoying, gathering around, and also people are coming here to release their, to remove their stress here.
Over here?
The depression over here. There are no, there are a couple of friends here who gather here.
It's a peaceful place. It's a peaceful,
of course.
And many foreigners that come over here as well to see
Of course, the flag of Islamic.
It's a dry heave, Sam. It's a dry.
Emirates, the heart of the people. So we love it, and we are proud of being this flag in Afghanistan. So we were waiting almost 22 years for this flag. So the security is, mashallah, very beautiful, very good. It is peaceful for all people
to come to Afghanistan.
To come to Afghanistan and enjoying visiting the places here, historic places there.
Yes, sir.
So we want all international people, all foreign people to come to Afghanistan and visit Afghanistan in a very peaceful situation, in a very peaceful condition, and perfect security in Afghanistan.
Thank you.
So nice to talk to you.
Thank you. Your name? Your name?
My name is Ibrahim Shahin.
Amir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye. I'm gonna go. Okay. You wanna say something? No? Okay.
I just want them to teach me how to do that head wrap thing.
That's what I want more than anything.
I'm bringing that style back with me.
Live to Palestine. If you are not living Palestine, so this is message from Afghanistan that we will fight and we will fight the like we freedom that our Afghanistan. So we will came freedom from Israel. This is message of our Afghani people.
Just gonna use it like a costume figure. God.
Israel.
To free the Philistine people.
Yeah,
to free
the Palestinian people. If they are not free, so this is we are we are fighting, and we will go there, and we will jihad there.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Why? Where's he gone? Oh, he's there. Right, let's go. Black Man the Traveller. Black Man the Traveller. Right, let's see what Abs is doing. Right, I'm gonna see what Abs is doing. Good messages from the Taliban brothers over here. Right, Abs is here. I'm gonna stop filming. What a day, guys. Yeah. What are they doing? Where are you posting that on? I'm walking. Alright, guys. Hello. Oh. Afghanistan's in the bag. I give you the camera. You speak? You speak? You speak? Shy. Shy. Hey, the kids are shy here. Hello. Woo! Hey, these kids are hilarious, man. They're very innocent. So you guys have heard many messages from individual people over here about how they feel about life, about reality, and about what's going on. Hello. So the video is about to end. This is the second time I'll be back here. And hello, hi. I've never seen the kids so shy in my life. But it just goes to show you that it's safe. There's no problem. And me as a black man walking over here is absolutely interesting. Because you don't really see a black person around here. And hello. But they're very hospitable and they're very happy to see a foreigner. How are you? I'm good. How are you? How are you? I'm good. Afghanistan. Zindabad. Zindabad. Woo! Right, I hope you've enjoyed this vlog. I don't know what... Huh? Picture? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you guys have enjoyed this video. There's nothing more that I can say over here. There's nothing more that I can film. But I'm gonna go before things turn a bit left. You know, but you've seen how excited people are. And you've seen... How are you? And you've seen the situation over here. But, hello. So, but, yeah, let me go in my car. Let me exit this place. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. All right. Let's exit this place. Let's get in the car. Wow, man. Hello. Hello.
All right, so Zindabad means like long live. It's a Persian word.
Okay, thank you. Hey, hello. 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 Your name? Huh? Your name? Your name. What is your name? Picture on. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. Let's get in the car. Yeah, last one. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. Cool, Blammy. Huh? Say bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, okay.
Good shirt.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All guys are happy about you.
Everyone's happy.
Hi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, assalamu alaikum. Interesting. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. Teşekkürler. Bye-bye. Hello, assalamu alaikum. Good night.
Bye.
Bye-bye. I'm good, how are you? Hello.
Goodbye.
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 Goodbye. Love you.
Love you.
I love you.
I love you.
You love me.
You love me.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
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 Goodbye. Should I give them some money or
Goodbye.
no?
Goodbye.
All right, no.
Goodbye.
Come, bye-bye.
Goodbye. I love you.
I love you. Bye-bye.
I love you.
I love you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What a day.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Thank you for showing us this, Pat. That was extremely heartwarming.
And and I said let's do something fun. Let's do something fun for the end of this.
And you were right, like you were 100% right, and that was, for all the rough things that are going on in the world, I think that was something pretty wonderful that I think we can all agree was just good for the soul, and interesting to right, yeah. So,
all right, awesome. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. So we got a raid poll up, and I may stream tomorrow night, but just Magic, no politics. If you guys want to watch me play Magic like after 8 p.m. tomorrow, I might come and play for a little bit. Since I'll be playing anyway, I might play on stream. I'm too exhausted to be doing all that politics. Oh shit, Johnny, we're gonna be taking a little bit of time off, right?
Yeah, we completely forgot to mention that. Thank you for bringing that up. So, kids, sometimes mom and dad need, a little time off, right? It's not us, it's you, all right? You caused this. And we're just gonna have to, take a day or two off. But we'll see you on Tuesday, all right? It's not the end of the world, and I'm sure you'll all be back, right? It's always me, and I wear those badges with pride. got it.
Too bad we can't raid into Lennon on Kick. I mean, we can like.
We'll figure it out.
Oh yeah, right. Did we say? I'm sorry. Somebody's messaging me about a work-related thing. So yeah, Friday. Did you tell them that we're not going to be streaming on Friday?
Yes.
And then also it is our you know, my beloved girlfriend and our beloved moderator in chat, Vika. It is her birthday on Sunday, so we will also not be streaming on Sunday because I will be tending to her needs that day.
Nope, no stream Friday nor Sunday.
I may stream on Friday. Someone invited me to do something on Friday, so I may go do that. But if that falls through, I may just end up stream. I don't think Johnny would care if I just came on here and started wiling out by myself on Friday. So if that happens, it happens. You'll get the notification. If not, maybe would you want it? Since we're taking so many days off, do you want to stream on Monday? Maybe.
Yeah, why not?
We'll talk about that. We might do a makeup day on Monday. Because just so we can not, because it's the book stream, you know what I mean? We wanna,
yeah, you're right.
Make sure that we get that done. So yeah, we'll talk about that. HBD.
Wake up Monday. There will be a test. And democracy has spoken.
Would have been cool to raid Philbo.
All right, let's just raid Philbo then.
Mm-hmm. Philbo rules. Good friend of the stream. I would feel bad not raiding them. We raided Amy the other day too, so you know,
no shade on Amy.
No shade. That's exactly what I was looking for. No shade on Amy. She raided us not too long ago. We raided her, but Philbo is the homie. Philbo is the homie. You know what I mean? Like, we're not streaming very often. When they're streaming, we don't get a lot of chances to raid, and I just think they deserve it.
Did the raid start? Yeah, there we go. All right, so tentatively, maybe Friday, maybe not. All right.
Maybe Monday, probably Monday.
Right. Monday we'll probably, continue Liberalism by Domenico Lacerdo. Right. We hope you're all enjoying that. We also hope that you're enjoying like the new format of like more days where it's just kind of goofing off. Right. But informatively goofing off.
Yeah, like even though we goofed off today, we took the Palestine quiz from PayPerView, which obviously is like kind of like just like a fun goof thing to do. But we got to talk a lot about the history of the conflict. Then we watched the Norm Finkelstein debate, which is also like educational React kind of humor stuff. Then we got into this Black Man the Traveler video, which is the name of his channel, by the way. I don't want you to think that I'm just making a crude summarization of what we just watched. His YouTube channel is called Black Man the Traveler. So just keep that in mind. But even that, as fun as it was, it's still very educational to like look at that.
Law Salam, stay strong out there.
Moving on.